Good morning, good morning, good morning, colleagues. I just want to do a test. Uh, is the camera working fine? And I want to test my audio.
Good morning, Viz. It looks like you're very energetic this morning. Hi, everything's working
Hi,
well,
good morning.
perfectly.
Good morning, Nola.
Hey.
Yeah, when I'm at home, I'm always like this.
Oh, lovely. Great.
Are you good?
Sure. I'm great. How are you?
Excellent, excellent. What happened there?
You look nice.
I think I pressed the wrong button somewhere. Oh dear.
Where?
On
Which
this,
one?
I'm using my laptop, which I don't generally use. So, oh, there we go. Yeah,
Everything is perfectly
I'm
well, though,
just
from my side.
using it for the first time. But anyway,
Mm.
I'll chat to you at 9.
Cheerio.
Thank you. Bye.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, good people.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Nols, can you indicate whether we are ready to start? Are we correcting, checking with the department, their delegation? Is it all in?
Hi, Chair. Yes, we've got enough members to start the meeting. I'm not sure, well, there's an apology from the minister, so I'm not sure if the DM will also come through. I haven't heard anything, but Mr. Mtomben is probably leading the delegation because I haven't seen the DG yet in the meeting.
In their delegation, they wrote DG will be part. It's fine. Flight the agenda. Good morning once again. I think we are still on time. We are starting now, 3 minutes past 9. As the agenda has been reflected, I'll officially open or declare this meeting opened and welcome everybody who's in the platform, starting from the members of parliament, the delegation from the department. I saw even the PMTE, they are here. There's the delegation from the department, Mr. Mtombeni. And honorable members, today is very important. I thought the DG himself and the minister will be part because it's a very special and important session as we'll be dealing with the APP and which I think it's one of the most important part for the department to function for this financial year 2025 and 2026, and also the audit action plan. But nevertheless, we'll have to continue. If they are absent, we'll get it when we arrive to the item. Members, allow me to request yourselves to adopt the agenda as reflected. Honorable Radi.
Thank you, Chairperson and fellow colleagues. I'm not sure if the Deputy Minister is present, but I just wanted to add 2 items on the agenda, and I'll be glad to move for the adoption of it. The first, it's the dome, the dome and the meeting last night, and the second will be a short feedback on the construction briefing that was held where Deputy Minister Sish Rezikalala was at. I just thought that if we could just put that as a point, I just wanted to make a comment or 2 as I represented the committee at that event. Thank you, Chair.
But
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to second the adoption of the agenda. Thank you very much.
it has been seconded without agreeing with the amendment. Maybe let me make a ruling, Honorable Rati, on the issue of the dome, I think, and request your good selves members to let's give it a special item when we have planned it and put it on the agenda because it's important. I'll agree with you, Radi, that we need to discuss about the dome. It has financial implications and now it's no longer in use. So I don't want us to hijack it and discuss about it while we'll not be having enough time. Due to the 2 important items, the audit action plan and the APP, let's give them attention and so that we deliberate it and allow the department to function properly. These are very important items as after the National Fiscus Framework. So let's not put a lot of items where we'll be running after time. That's my request, Honorable Rati. Then where you'll have to make comments, you'll just pass comments. But on the issue where there are financial implications, we need not to just pass on it. We are a committee that has got powers to play an oversight on the roles and responsibilities of the department and the executive. So I request we need not to mingle, but I can see your hands is still up. With
Chair,
a second,
I hear
you can come in.
All right. Chair, I hear you, and you coming from a correct space. However, the issue of the dome is something that was discussed last night in a joint meeting with finance, and the whole country is talking about it right now. And yet this is a public works program. And I just feel that even if we have to say after our discussions here, which doesn't have to take too long, that this matter should be tabled at our next meeting, then I think that should be it. But to just leave it like this and wait for a future meeting at some other time, I believe that other events are going to overtake us. The comments that came through last night from the speakers and others that were present was clear that there's a big waste of and fruitless expenditure so far on this dome. And if we do not, as a committee, pronounce on our views on this, we may be seen to be complicit in this. The bottom line is that as a committee, we were never briefed about anything regarding the dome. I found it quite strange that 2 weeks ago, a briefing was given to the Chief Whips Forum, and it never came to us. And yet, this dome is a line function of public works and infrastructure. To make matters worse, the minister and the DG behaved in a most unprofessional and almost like a clandestine way. They both did not want us to know that they were leaving the country. They refused, the minister refused to inform the chair of the meeting the reasons for his leave application, and that's why it was rejected. And the DG sat in the meeting, throughout the meeting, and gave an indication that he
Rajiv.
will give a report, and then he runs away.
Honorable Rajiv, can you please stop there? We had your point and will allow it to be debated when we agree as a committee that we are putting it. Can you stop there and allow me to call on Zelange?
Thank you, sir. No, I was gonna
Zelange, you.
Then you already personally with your ruling. I won't proceed.
Come again. You got cut off. I could not hear what you were saying.
Chair, do you hear me now?
Yes.
I was saying that I'm persuaded with your ruling on this matter. Then I'll appeal to members that let's follow your ruling and the process I've outlined. Thank you so much.
Mankosi.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think I was coming to say the same thing that you have wrote on the matter, because it's serious. We need to discuss it. It's fine. But let us not discuss it today, as we have indicated. We really support the issue of discussing it, as really saying, but not today, in the next meeting. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I'd like to remind you that the item on the dome and the briefing about the parliament, we attempted several times to request even parliament itself. They were not available. It was the office of the speaker, treasury, and the department. They were not available. We tried our level best. It's not like we never persuaded Honorable Rati. If you remember back, we always got a report that they're unavailable to come to our committee. And actually, I was even referred that there's a joint committee that deals with the rebuilding of parliament. It's not our responsibility. I think it was correct to be debated in that joint committee. We made many attempts to call the three departments, which include parliament itself, to come to before our committee. If you remember, they wished to go to the joint committee, but we'll have to, as much as it includes financial implications, and we have a role to oversee the department, we'll have to call them. I plead with your good selves, Honorable Reddy, you made your point. All of us, we are not happy with the dome. It's just a fruitless expenditure. Just to travel from Pretoria to Cape Town, and also the assistant or the patching of the dome material on its own, there's a lot of money involved, and it's not something that we are pleased with. It's our role as a portfolio to play on oversight. I think we need to give it more attention, more than just to make a comment. So I'm pleading with your good self and allow me to move to the next item, as I've opened that it is very much important for us to deal with the two items, which are very special. If we don't deal with it, the budget vote, which is vote number 13, when it also goes to the National Assembly, it will make the department not to operate or function properly. As I move to the next item, Nola, can you give us formal apologies?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any formal apology from any member of the committee. The only apology I have I got was from the Minister's office. Thanks, Chair.
It's only the minister who's made an apology. He's not gonna come
Yes,
all.
I received an apology, but I saw the minister logging in earlier.
Okay.
So because I'm sharing, I can't now check who's there and who's not there at this point. Thanks, Chair.
I'm pleased to see that the minister himself is in the meeting. As I've indicated in my opening remark, or it's very much important, the APP and the audit action plan must be presented by himself as the minister, and he must make an opening remark, but it's fine. Allow me to suppress the two hands that I'm seeing on the platform. I'll give a chance when it's necessary. I'm moving straight to the next item, which is will request the introduction of the delegation that is part of us, the department, from the department itself and its entity, PMTE. Can we get an indication who is in the meeting?
Sorry, Chair. Oh, goodness. Let me do this here. Raise my hand. My apologies, Chair. May I come in?
Honorable members, I don't know whether it's my net. Can someone?
No, Chair.
Am I audible?
Now
Yes,
you are.
Chairperson, you are.
Sorry for that. I think it's my network. You might find that net is overtaking Vodacom, as I'm very close to Zim. Honorable Raji, can you please
Thank you, Chair.
take this moment for a second and let's mind time. I think we need to deliberate furthermore on the APP because that's the most important part. You may take
All
the
right.
floor.
Chair, it's fine. Let's just deal with the APPs and then we'll deal with the other issues later. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Raji. Minister, can you make an introduction of your delegation very quickly? You'll hand over if you have to hand over to your DG for introduction.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Just a note that we did send to you, Chair, that I do have to leave by 10 to 11 because I also have to present a report at the Cabinet Committee. So I will do my best to get through as much as I can. Our delegation this morning is made up of the Director General, Mr. Ndukane, the Head of PMTE, Mr. Caesar Subande, our DDG for Corporate Services, Ms. Abrahams, our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Sitole, Mr. Matlangu, who is our DDG for Governance Risk and Compliance, our Acting DDG for EPWP, Mr. Maremi, our Acting Head of Infrastructure South Africa, Ms. Mametsi Masamola, our DDG for CPM, Mr. Batu Makotu, and our DDG for IGR, Intergovernmental Relations, Mr. Adam Intumbeni. That is the delegation from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to present our APP for the new financial year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. And also, I believe the next item, as you removed from the platform, it's the presentation. I don't want to waste much time because I want us to deliberate further more about the two items. I'll allow you, Minister, but I could not hear the apology from the DM side. As you are the executive, maybe you could tell us whether the whereabouts of the DM. And while you'll be doing that, you'll give us your opening remark and you proceed with the audit action plan presentation. Over to yourself, Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. And again, good morning to the members. As I understand, the Deputy Minister is accompanying the Deputy President on a working visit to Russia. And he will then be proceeding to China to attend an infrastructure event and then on to Nigeria. So I think he's traveling for about 3 weeks or so. But I'm sure that his office would have advised your office through the Secretariat. Let me again welcome our members in the Portfolio Committee, where we are going to be outlining our 2025-2030 strategic plan, the 2025-2026 annual performance plan, the associated budget allocations, and the progress on our DPWI and PMTE audit action plans. Chairperson and honorable members, in our strategic plan 2025 to 2030, we reiterate our mandate of being the custodian of the state's immovable assets and the coordination also of the expanded public works program. In our vision, we highlight that we are a choice for innovative asset management and quality infrastructure delivery through sustained economic growth. While that may not always be in reality, that is what we are striving to become. And the actions that we take in our APP and our strategic plan are all designed to meet that vision. We also state upfront that we want to be an infrastructure-led economic growth.
Order.
Minister, wait, let's get order.
Jay, can the agenda be flighted onto the screen? Because I thought we were dealing with the issue of the audit outcome first before we deal with the. Let me just have a look. Maybe we're following another agenda here. Yeah, the audit action plan. Are we talking to the audit action plan or are we talking about the APPs? Because there are two reports on each one. Thank you, Chair.
Minister, I don't think it's an order. It's just a question or trying to rectify. You may proceed in rectifying and following.
Chairperson, with your indulgence, I'm giving the broad strokes on both because both presentations will be made. And in fact, they are complementary and they're not exclusive. So I think that the introductory remarks that I would like to set out will enrich the discussion in the presentation in its fullest. I don't think that we should see them as mutually exclusive. With your permission, if I can proceed then.
Now you can.
Chairperson, I wish to come in here, please.
Raji?
Chairperson, I won't be, spoken to with high English and try to be confused here. There are two separate items. If the minister is doing introductory remarks, then maybe introduce for 5 minutes and hand over to the officials, because I am following the reports and I have comments I want to make on the reports. So if the minister, if we want to do this quickly, let's just tell the minister, thank you for joining in. I know he's overseas. Thank you for joining in, but please cut your introduction.
Cape Town.
Let's get straight to the presentations by the officials. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister.
Let me make a ruling, Honorable Raji. I think the minister is correct to do. I said he must do the introductory remark. As the two reports, they marry each other. there's no need for him to come back and do the introductory remark when we are coming to APP. So he has clustered the two reports. You'll follow the report when they will be presenting. So for this one, I believe it's the introductory remark that includes the two reports. Allow him to proceed, and with the 5 minutes that we have raised to do his introductory remark, you'll make comments and separate the two issues when you'll be doing discussions. Minister, can you proceed?
Thank you, Chair. And just for the record, I am in Cape Town. As I said, I'll be attending the Cabinet Subcommittee. I can't do that from overseas, so I am here.
Then we wonder why you didn't attend last night's meeting
No.
and embarrassed all of us.
Honorable Raji, let's not attempt to do that. I want us to respect time. We don't have time. We'll want when there's a time for deliberations, Minister must still be on the platform so that you can deliberate and get responses from himself. He has requested to be recused early. Honorable members, let's mind time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. We were dealing last night on an IMC with the tragic deaths of 90 people in the Eastern Cape. And again, my thoughts and prayers are with them. And I think that we shouldn't trivialize the pain and suffering that the people in the Eastern Cape are going through.
It wouldn't have been trivialized if you gave that as your reason for the apology last night. You didn't. So people assumed you were overseas. With respect, Honorable Minister. Please proceed with your introduction now.
Chairperson, can I proceed with your permission? I only answer to you in the committee as the chairperson for guidance.
Honorable Raji, can
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. As we move forward, I think it's important to note some of the key shifts that we see in the APP, and particularly as positioning the department as an economic and job contributor through technology adoption, digitization, and cost-effective project management. This is really important for us. And these speak to our performance indicators that have been introduced to strengthen the accountability of senior management. I think that what we will see as outcomes in our quarterly targets going forward is around administration, particularly with regards to ICT modernization, intergovernmental coordination, EPWP, the review that we are currently underway, and as well as our property and construction sector policy reforms that we will be introducing as well. Chairperson, if one looks at the budget overview, particularly in the main vote in PMTE, we see that expenditure grows by about 3% per annum over the MTF, while 82% of the budget is allocated via transfers and subsidies to entities, EPWP, wages, conditional grants, and IDC project support, which is critically important for us, as well as our EPWP allocation, which is 7.2 billion rand over the next 3 years. We are also focusing intensely on skills and state capacity interventions, which are allocated 91 million rand. In terms of PMTE, there's an allocation over the MTEF to drive precinct developments, refurbishment, and ad hoc maintenance. Chairperson, in terms of the risks and mitigations, this is critical for the committee to consider is the external pressures that have been identified, particularly through sluggish growth, contained public finances, and tender bottlenecks. And to this extent, we seek to resolve that through an e-procurement system that is being piloted in the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal. In terms of our audit outcomes, Chairperson, and our action plan, we see unqualified opinions with finding in the main vote, which is DPWI, where there are no material misstatements in annual financial statements, and findings are limited to performance information controls, which we seek to resolve through ICT modernization and digitization. We are also, I believe, on a momentum now towards a clean audit trajectory that will be maintained through credible financial statements, improved focus on performance information integrity. PMTE still remains a challenge. There we have a qualified opinion, and there are 4 qualification areas, particularly in property, plant and equipment, and payables, as well as accrued expenses for leases and municipal services. And I think that we really need to apply our minds to the real challenge that these accruals place on our balance sheet, but also on the department as well. Chair, in terms of our interventions, we are seeking end-to-end reconciliations for leases and municipal services, which are now being finalized, as well as our verification of projects to ensure that they are accelerated and completed within the next financial year, as well as performance information, standard operating procedures, as well and linked to quarterly data quality reviews that we'll be institutionalizing across all programs. Our audit action plan will have a tracking dashboard, and that will be introduced so that the internal audit is able to provide monthly assurance updates to us. Chairperson, in terms of material irregularities, we currently have 12 that are being dealt with. And these run from state funerals to Wellesley's Web Bridges, the Bridge Fence, Mamelodi Court, and others which will be listed. 5 cases have been closed following the recovery of funds. And we have also approached the court on a number of issues to recover those funds as well. And I think that is to be commended. In terms of cybersecurity interventions, in terms of the SAGE system, we are taking action, and we have actually advertised a new tender, chairperson, to be able to have a better grip and management of our ICT systems, as well as our payment facilities, to ensure that what has happened before never happens again. Chairperson, we are also conducting lifestyle audits. We have 380 in progress with 48 complete. And these are critical to ensure that we deal with the high risk that is placed on some of our employees, as well as the blacklisting and deregistration of non-performing contracts. 15 have been finalized with 40 in process. You'll recall, Chair, that in the last 20 years, only one of those were done. So we have accelerated that intensely. Chairperson, in terms of our request for the committee, request that you note the strategic plan and also our APP associated with our budgets and the progress on the audit action implementation, which I think is proceeding in the correct manner and direction. We also commit again, and we reiterate this, that the continued engagement with the committee helps us refine our processes, particularly on quarterly performance, audit remedies, and material irregularity closures. And so we welcome the insights and advice of the committee there. And also, Chairperson, in closing, we understand that public works and PET remain central to turning South Africa into a construction site that we all covet, and to ensure that public assets are used for public good, that ultimately grow our economy and create the jobs in all of the communities and constituencies we serve. So, Chairperson, with your agreements and support, I'll hand over to the Director General to take us through the presentation with his officials. Thank you, Chairperson and members of the committee.
Yes, you can hand over. Bear in mind, DG, you have 20 minutes to present the audit action plan, and the other 25 minutes for the APP. Starting from now, mind time, you can take over.
Chairperson, good morning, and good morning, honorable members. Maybe let me thank the Minister and the Chair for the opportunity. Just to correct on the side of the finance, the CFO is not available. We have an acting CFO, Mr. Aaron Mazibugo. But on the audit action plan, we will get that first presentation, and then we'll then proceed on the APP. So I'm requesting that we get the CIJA to start with the audit action plan so that members, we don't waste time. Thank you very much. Lesija, can you proceed?
All right, thank you very much, DG. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, and colleagues. Nola, are you going to share or should I share on my end? All right, I'm going to go ahead and share on my end, Honorable Chairperson. All right, I don't have the rights to share. Nola, if you could kindly assist. Am I audible?
You're audible.
I can hear you. We can hear you. Nola
All right.
is quiet. Can Nola come
We
up?
can hear you, but mind time. We only gave you 20 minutes and the other 25 is for the APP. Just mind time. I'm going to stop you.
All right. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson.
Check. Can Nola give us rights to check?
I've got rights now, DG. All right, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Once more, we're going to take you through the presentation and the table of content just to provide the background on the audit process, the DPW audit outcome, because our presentation is broken into two parts for the main account and also for the PMTE. So it's the audit outcome and their audit action plan. We're also going to provide update on the material irregularities, as the Minister has already indicated, and also provide a high-level view on the state security breach and also some of the intervention that the Minister has recommended on the audit action plan. As indicated, the purpose of the presentation is to provide an update to the committee on audit matters for both DPWI, main account, and PMTE, and also to provide progress that management has made thus far, and also to provide progress made on material irregularities and update and intervention to mitigate the state security breach. As a way of background, the financial statement on the left-hand side is the DPW, on the right-hand side will be the PMTE. The financial statement of DPWI main account was submitted on the 31st of May, and the AG began with the audit and on the 1st of June, and they were finalized on the 31st of May 2024, and the audit action plan immediately were submitted to internal audit for quality review and also submitted to the AG. And then on the right-hand side, the committee would remember that the financial statement of PMTE was submitted late on the 30th of June, owing to the security breach on Sage, which is the system that we use to extract reports and prepare financial statements. So there was a delay in submitting the financial statement. And then the audit report by the AG was finalized on the 30th of October, and the audit implementation plan were developed and submitted to internal audit for review in November, and then they were finalized end of November, and also submitted to National Treasury on the 19th of December. The PMTE audit outcome has been quite consistent. It has been unqualified audit outcomes with no findings, Chairperson, except that the material misstatement were only identified on performance information. So what stands between DPWI main account and a clean audit is in the main just performance information, as indicated on the next slide, where we are indicating that because of performance information, so PMTE at the moment, DPWI, is not getting the clean audit. Once we could attend and resolve the issues that we have on the audit, on the performance information, then only then can the DPWI, I beg your pardon, get clean audit. So the programs that were audited by the AG was program 3, which is EPWP, will touch the issues related to EPWP. And then the program 4 which there was no movement because it was not audited in the prior year, but there were no issues on the construction and property industry, research, and the CPM. It was qualification, and also on REMS and FM, there were qualifications. On the performance information, Chairperson, the issue that was raised by the AG is that the MTSF indicator was not aligned to the APP indicator. So that was revised in the 2024-2025 APP indicator. So it has been completed in terms of the progress, and then it was then adjusted accordingly. And then we've also established a task team for verification of the portfolio of evidence to make sure not only that it is aligned, but also that that particular indicator that is part of the APP management is able to track and perform on it. The second one was the maintenance indicator that it was not included as it relates to the MTSF maintenance indicator that relates to key maintenance work performed on state properties was not included in the APP. So it was aligned and revised and included in the DPWI APP. So that has been completed, and the two included is the number of operational term contracts that we have in place to deal with the issues of maintenance on the state portfolio, but also the number of number of facilities that are maintained through total facility management contracts. So there are total facility management contract as part of ensuring that we maintain our properties, but also sweat on them. The next one, still on performance information, it relates to the understatement or overstatement on reported items. So because it was mostly more on errors when it comes to counting the number of achievements. Number one was to automate and protect the calculation on the spreadsheet, because what we found, because it is still a manual process, sometimes when people make mistakes and override the formulas, it then affects the reporting. But the automated process within the spreadsheet has been done and protected. It has been completed and logged so that no one should be able to make any changes except on areas that they need to be reporting on. And the spreadsheet was also piloted during the Q3 of the APP. The second one was the review for quality control in terms of the reporting timeline to allow for verification, confirmation, and consolidation. The due date of that was the end of November 2024. It has been completed. So there are multiple review processes to ensure that the reporting is accurate. And then number 4, as it relates to FM, is also about overstatement or understatement. So the issue of the planned action is that the review for quality control changed reporting timelines to allow for verification and confirmation on consolidation, because some of the key activities, they happen at the level of regions, and the reporting and consolidation is done at the level of head office. So that has been completed. It has been submitted to the AG for auditing as well. The due date of that was the end of the financial year, 31st of March 2025. The other one was over an understatement on CPM. So there was just to reiterate the training that we need to provide to our admin officers, because it relates to the reporting, to make sure that they report on the information that they have, the accurate information, and the responsibility of heads of project or the directors. So it has been re-emphasized that they must make sure that the TID, technical indicator description, is actually complete and correct. So the heads of project, they do perform quality review before the information is submitted to and consolidated at the level of head office. So that was completed at the end of December 2024. The next one was regular performance report review to ensure that there is completeness of targets, because sometimes you'd find that there are certain projects that may not have been completed in terms of are not reported in terms of completeness. So that has been done, and it has also been submitted to the audit at the end of financial year. The next one is the PMTE Audit Action Plan. As indicated earlier, the PMTE Audit Action Plan, because it was qualified. So in the main, so this is a bit of the last 3 years trajectory. So in 2021, it got a disclaimer with 4 items. 22-23, it was qualified with 7 items. And in 2023-2024, it was qualified with 4 items. And we're providing progress with respect to the 4 items. Those items are the PPE, Minister has touched on it. It was more on the overstatement of assets, where the AG found that there was an asset, a land parcel that was not vested in the name of the entity, but it was recognized by the entity. So we'll provide progress with regards to that. The next one was the number 2 is payable from exchange. It relates to the accruals. Because the PMTE at the moment, it's still on manual, the process is not automated and digitized. So the issue of accruals, they continue to crop up in terms of completeness in particular. The third one was the payables from exchange. This is the OPEX project. It relates to where services have been rendered before the year end, but that may not meet the definition of accruals, so they need to be accounted for as provision, but we'll provide further information on that. The last one was the contractual commitments. This is on projects where it was found that the project that may have been discontinued were disclosed because the system may not have been updated by those that needs to ensure that the system is updated on a continuous basis. With regards to the land parcel, what we are doing now is the review all land parcel, the indicators to ensure that the correct spatial recording, there's also alignment of data with other custodians. So that has also been completed. It's about 27,000 land parcel indicators have been finalized. And then what we've also done, we do obtain and analyze the interim and the final DIS downloads that we get from the Department of Rural Development through DIS office. And we share that with national and provincial custodianships to make sure that, we don't disclose properties that perhaps should be disclosed by the provinces, or provinces do not disclose the properties that we're supposed to disclose. The interim was done in December, and the final one was done at the end of October. So the analysis one was done and confirmed, and it has been submitted as part of the financial statement to the AG. Number D that I perhaps should highlight is we request and review supporting documentation because we also rely on DOD on some of the properties and the endowment properties that DOD is a custodian thereof. So there needs to be that reconciliation between us and the DOD because at the end of the day, we are the custodian as Department of Public Works. So the meeting was convened with DOD in December, and then the subsequent information was provided because whatever that happens with other custodians, if they don't provide information on time, that has a huge impact on the department, on PMTE. On completeness on accrued expenses, Chairperson. So what we do is we've sent a communication to all service providers to caution them to make sure that they submit their invoices as soon as the work has been done. But because what we found is that some of the service providers would sit with the invoices and not submit them timeously. For us, not only for us to submit, to pay them within 30 days, but also when it comes to the accrual. So the communication was issued in December and distributed to all service providers that we do work with. And then we've also revised the workflow to address, in particular, when it comes to facility management, what we call the day-to-day maintenance, to make sure that those that needs to update the calls as it relates to unplanned maintenance, they do so. So that was done at the end of March. So we say it's in progress. So the workflow has been revised, and then only for about 4% of the calls were still open. But I think when we submitted the financial statement of PMTE, that would have been completed. And then we monitor and track all subsequent payments to make sure that all the expenditures are accounted for. So that was done for both interim in December and also the final one in April 2024. So all subsequent payments have been tracked to make sure that you do not have subsequent payment that may not have been included as they relate to the last financial year that ended on the 31st of March. I'm going to go to the next one in the interest of time. The classification of payables from exchange on the OPEX project. So those are the ones, it's more of an accounting issues to make sure that it's either it's a provision or it's an accrual, depending on the type of information that you have. So we've sent our communication to all service providers to make sure that they submit their invoices on time, and they also adhere to the requirements that we have set when it comes to the job cut and so on. As already indicated, this communication was issued in December. We've also issued a circular to address the finding relating to the provisionings and accruals. We know that it is more of an accounting issues, but the accountants would need to make sure that they've got the the relevant and right information for them to be able to distinguish between provisions and accrual. Chairperson, we've issued a circular 31 in January 2025 to make sure that we align and caution business, especially line functions when it comes to these matters. The workbooks, the one that we use to prepare financial statements, they've been signed off, and we make sure that everyone provides declaration to make sure that they confirm that they have reviewed the workbooks before they are submitted to head office. The discontinued project is one of the issues that the AG also raised, is that we follow up on all dormant projects to make sure that we don't recognize them as commitment.
Mind time, you are left with a minute. Proceed.
All right. Thanks, Chairperson. On the WCS commitments, we just make sure that the WCS the works project, if there are any dormant project, if there are any project that client department decide that they are no longer going to do, we update the system. On material irregularities, there were 4 on DPWI and 7 on, 3 on DPWI, I beg your pardon, and 11 on, 7 on PMTE. The progress on those material MI, just gonna rush them through, is that those that are still open, there are 6, and those that have been closed where the AG is, they are satisfied with the actions that management has taken. There are 6. So it's about 50% for both. So the recent one is the Potchefstroom on SAPS and also the Telkom Towers. The investigation are actually proceeding in that regard. Just at a high level on Sage, Chairperson, we have reported that there were breaches on Sage in April 2024 that negatively impacted the submission of the financial statement for PMTE. So there have been mitigating strategies documented, applied, tested, for the data center. But what is it that finance and ICT has done? From finance side, further segregation of functions on the financial system to reduce the risk of errors, and also the user privilege on financial system to make sure that one has the profile and can only do one function and cannot do the others. And then from ICT side is to restriction of users to only access specific functions as they relate to their areas of function, and also subjected implementation of ICT control to SSA as they advise in that regard, Chairperson. And then there are other ministerial intervention. Minister has directed that not only do we need to develop an action plan that addresses the immediate issues, but also the high-level issues, a long-term plan as it relates. So those ones was to ensure that PMTE performs its interim financial statement. So that has been done, and the minister has requested the AG to assist the department in auditing that. So that has been done. The audit interim financial statement for PMTE were done. We have also requested the AG to assist us in auditing client department, because client department are not paying us. So that one is still in progress, Chairperson. And also the long-term plans that the minister has requested, on those items that are there before us. It's about 10 items. So it is in progress. There is also going to be a meeting that is scheduled, the workshop between the department and the AG at the request of the minister. It is planned for it was initially planned for the 2nd of July. The latest is that it will be done in August because of it will be in the middle of the audit. What has been highlighted is that the success factor is dependent on the effective implementation, monitoring, and reviewing as a collaboration from all branches. It's not only a finance matters, Chairperson. And then the recommendation is that the portfolio committee takes note of the improvement progress to improve the audit outcome for both DPWI and PMTE, and the progress and the MI, and the intervention that have been put in place to mitigate SAGE and security breaches, and also to note the minister's intervention on audit action plan, Chairperson. So that will be it on the presentation. Through you, Chairperson, I'm not sure if Mr. Matlangu is here, may want to further elaborate on the security breaches and the MI, Chairperson, through the DG and yourself, Chairperson. Thanks, Chairperson.
An extra 4 minutes, so there's no time for addition. Can we get the second presentation starting from now, 25 minutes?
Thanks, Chairperson.
Yes, DG.
No, I was aligned to you, Chairperson, for the next presentation. I'm fine. Thanks, Chair.
Presenter, are you lost? Can you assist in locating the person who's presenting the APP?
DG, please help here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Morning, Chairperson and members. I'm here, Chair.
You can start now, Lucy.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Nola, please assist in lighting the presentation. I can't light on my side.
I've got connection issues, Lwazi, because if you notice, the meeting keeps getting kicked out. So I'm not sure if there's anyone in the department who's able to fly the presentation. Can I give them co-hosting rights?
Okay. So Karabo is in the meeting.
Why do
or
you
must lie alone?
that at the background now? Mahlangu, can you start with your presentation? Members have got it. They'll follow. But
Okay.
on the background,
Okay.
you're fighting to get it flighted. Can you proceed? You want to mind time? I know members will want to engage and get a response from the minister before he leaves the meeting.
Okay.
You may
No,
add
that,
what they're assisting you at the background to flight.
yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, the executive of the department, and parliamentary support. Our presentation is structured into two. One is the SPAPP, in terms of key performance indicators, and then the last section will be the financials, which then the presentation will be supported by the acting CFO. Chair, I'm going to go straight to slide number 3. which basically is what you see the two documents that are structured, presented, the strat plan and the APP. And I'm going to give a high-level summary of the AS strategic plan indicators and then go into the KPIs in the APP and how they support those indicators as well. By way of background, which is slide number 4, we are aligned to the statement of intent, which has 3 priorities. 3 priorities of government, basically promoting inclusive growth and creating jobs. We will also express an outcome that drives that, and also the KPIs that support that in that priority. Reduce poverty and tackling high cost of living, also outcome that drives that, and also how we are also structured in the APP KPIs to drive that, and then develop a capable ethical developmental state, which is largely our program 1, and then also some of the issues have already been raised by the minister in terms of the lifestyle audit and an ethical and a transparent government and the e-procurement that we're bringing in to ensure that we enable efficiency as well as productivity within the organization towards service delivery. So the APP marks that important shift in the department to drive these priorities, and it's honed in such a way that it's structured in such a way that it serves as a strategic tool that will also hold the department accountable on its deliverables. And as I present, I will be also demonstrating that as well. And then on the next slide is on the mandates, which is from slide number 6. Chair, if I allow that, I don't go into detail, but it's just to say we are bound by the constitutional mandate, Schedule 4, 5, and 6 of the Constitution, which then also will speak to an indicator where we are providing support in terms of your sector plans, when we're looking at the functions of concurrency, not only just the sector plans from an intergovernmental perspective, but also from a policy perspective through you talk of expropriation bill, you talk of your public works bill, and then all the other bills that cut across, particularly Section 75 and 76 of the Constitution when you talk of the bills. So, Section 25, which is basically land expropriation, I've already expressed that. And then the other areas, again, is constitutional imperatives, which we also look at Section 9. In terms of accessibility of persons with disabilities, we do have an indicator which talks to that. And this also talks to our accessibility program when you talk about facilities to have made available access to facilities for persons with disabilities, addressing skills, Section 195 and 97, and 114, which is basically mechanism to ensure all provincial local organization are accountable through our structures of MINMEC and technical MINMEC, and then Section 217, which is basically procurement aspects that we will also be dealing with. The next slide, slide 7, is basically the GIAMA, which also you find that is an indicator where we are also amending GIAMA, and then the Infrastructure Development Act, which is also in Program 4, we'll talk to that, and Land Affairs Board, and those are some of the sections that basically assist, and we work together with Land Affairs Board and determination the valuations of the immovable assets. So that is also part of the asset register as well as property management. And then your AGRIMA South Africa, which is our entity, is also Act number 11 or 25, which I think when AGRIMA presents will also be expressing their indicators. But there's an indicator where we are collaborating with that through the Green Building Council of South Africa as well, and AGRIMA is assisting in that. The other councils is the CIDP. You'll see also the amendment, which is part of Program 4 policy, CIDP, the professional councils, which are also assisting in terms of an extended arm of our service delivery, and then the Expropriation Act of 1976, which is also in the Program 4 through this expropriation bill, which is also already now gone through the parliamentary processes and is now on the implementation stage. Part B, Chair and members of the committee, I'm now going to go straight to Part B. The next slide. Slide number 10. These are just basically our values. Our values is basically efficiency, effectiveness, excellency, trustworthy, and transparency. And we basically have an impact statement of an infrastructure-led growth, where we are saying how do we leverage our infrastructure to drive growth, and then the spin-offs, the socio-economic imperatives, and spin-offs from that economic growth. We will also see that realization of those as well. Our vision basically is a strategic choice for innovation innovative asset management, and I think the expression of an innovation and automation of asset management and quality infrastructure delivery, which for sustained economic growth. And this will be supported by our mission to provide strategic direction, and I think it's structured in this strategic document in terms of the strategic imperatives and the strategic thrust, as well as the supporting KPIs at an APP level in terms of us being proactive in providing moving towards service delivery while protecting the environment and cultural and historical heritage, the safety aspect in terms of the working environment, and then also talking about safer communities towards sustainable development. So we are also contributing to that, also aligned to the 2063 Africa Agenda, as well as the Millennium Sustainable Development Goals with regard. So our mission is expressive in that context, Chair. And then slide number 11, this is our breakdown in terms of the situation analysis, both internal and external. If you look at external, we focus on the economic issues, public finance, construction sector performance, also looking into the issues of procurement delays, low tender facilitation, finalization, cash flow issues on construction, the construction mafia, all of this we're tracking, putting it in terms of how then do we, through our program of construction, assist in ensuring that we also deliver and circumvent some of these issues, which also were expressed in the risk matrix as well. Property market, we look at the changes and the fluctuations in the property rates and market, and then how we also using the state of our conditions of our buildings, and also how we enter and agree with the client departments in that. Sustainable demands, basically looking at the green economy, and when we get to the APP indicators, I'll also express some of those in terms of the green economy, how we are contributing to the green economy, supported by our 2018 green economy policy, green economy policy. Internal environment, we are looking at internal mechanisms and systems and operations in terms of how we also assist in driving these KPIs. We're looking at service delivery inefficiencies, facilities and the leases issues. This is where now we have your interactions with the client departments to ensure that we also deal with the issues of disputes and also disagreements and enter into agreements that will also assist them. From a facilities management perspective, we also deal with those issues in ensuring that there's a shortest turnaround time, but with quality maintenance that we provide to them. Digital modernization, this is our ICT.
Chair, can I kindly interject? The slides are not moving, Chair.
Kobe?
Yes, I'm on slide 11.
As we said, there's a problem. Can members follow their presentation on their emails? Let's not interject unnecessarily. Please, Kobe, I plead with you.
Noted.
In time, whoever's controlling the slides, move with the presenter, please.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. I'll let members on every slide that I'll be on. I'm now on slide 11, just towards the end of slide 11. Then we're addressing the internal issue of skills capacity. There's indicators on vacancy, but it's also in terms of professionals, learnerships, and internships that we're also dealing with regards to on job training, as well as occupational training. Then there's governance and audit, which we've already dealt with the one part of the audit action plans to deal with the issues of audit challenges towards us moving towards a clean audit, and then also deal with the issues of risk maturity. Minister did express the issues of the risks that we're considering as we get into the space of infrastructure and property management. Organizational reform, we're also looking at the restructuring and reforming the organization towards a productive organization that is highly skilled and capacitated to actually deliver on these deliverables. But also beyond just the internal matters is also focusing on service delivery improvement. So we are also in the process of developing a service delivery improvement plan where we've identified areas of weaknesses, internal controls, and then areas of concerns that are external expressed by the communities and client departments, and then how we marry those two to ensure that we deliver on services. And as the time goes on, through you, Chair, we will also present that service delivery improvement plan to the committee as well. Then I'm on slide number 12. We'll move to slide number 12 and then 13. Then these are the indicators on slide 13, the indicators of the strategic plan, which are 5-year. We'll be measuring them on a 5-year at the end of the 5-year, but we'll also have a mid-term assessment of our progress towards these strategic targets. The first outcome, which also speaks to priority number 3, as I highlighted earlier on, is the resilient, ethical, and capable DPW. So we first have a balanced scorecard that we are measuring. Our baseline is currently sitting at 44%. Now, our balanced scorecard basically is a combination of a number of targets, from administrative targets, capacity, skills development, ICT, procurement efficiency, training and skills, as well as leadership. So all of those are embedded into this scorecard. It's a weighted scorecard that we want to move over a 5-year period to move to 80 to 100%. So it's basically a combination of most of the indicators that you'll find in Program 1 and other indicators that speaks to ethics and compliance, as well as risk aspects to it. The second one is the digital transformation maturity. We are also measuring that digital. We are currently what we call, there are 4 levels to it. We are currently at level 1 in terms of our baseline, which is mostly traditional processes to basically physical structures. We are very slow in terms of movement to cloud. Very few modules that have been digitized or automated. So our interest is saying over the period, over the end of 5 years, we want to move to a level 3 where we talk about an enterprise-wide digital adoption, where we at least talking about an 80-20, 80 cloud, 20 physical structures, but highly automated and improve efficiencies. And I think the maturity will also measure the adoption as well as adaptability of the organization as we move on. So as Minister highlighted on, there's already a project in the market advertised, which also will be dealing with the due diligence as well as transforming this. Part of this will also be the EQE procurement process that we are also looking into to ensure that we also move towards that transformation. The third aspect outcome indicator is ethical culture and leadership. And I think this is also important because it also speaks to this ethical and capable DPW. And Minister did mention that we already have started our lifestyle audit, 48 completed, which was basically executive management. We have now focused on 400 extra people, officials in the department in high-risk areas such as finance, SEM projects, and ICT. So they are already undergoing that process. It's to take about 2 to 3 years, and we are assisted by the SIU as an independent. So ethical culture and leadership will also deal with that. Part of this will also be the skills audit, will also be the effectiveness of our committees, governance structures. They will also deal with those issues to deal with ethical. So we want to move from a 0 to 50 poor state in terms of our ratings to a level of 51 to 70 fair in over 5 years, and then maintain that over a period of time to 71 to 100, which is a good level of state of ethics and competence. The second outcome, which is now coherent government and employability, we start with the sector performance. This is where, again, I talked about the section, constitutional section, where we talk about the interaction between the spheres of government and also our contribution to the DDM model. So we have a sector plan that has also been approved by MINMEC, which basically touch on the issues of the relationship between the department, the entities, the provincial department. There's also SALGA on board, where we are also looking at the infrastructure across the frame, the spheres of government. We're also looking at rates and taxes. We're also looking at expropriation and their contribution to the expropriation bill. We're also looking at support to other government departments, particularly in this case through ISA and also our project preparation. We're also looking at support to other government departments. For instance, an example is our support in eradicating pit latrines to a provincial, which is a provincial competence. We also provide that support because we are also part of this coherent government. In terms of employability, we are fully expressing the work opportunities, but beyond that is a full-time equivalent that will be created by DPWI. Internally in the department, yes, there will be work opportunities created by CPM and facilities management, and then there's also through our entity IDT, where we also transfer monies for them to create work opportunities in terms of IDT. So this is the target. We're moving from a baseline of 409,438 FTEs. We are looking at over a 5-year period to do about 2.1 million full-time equivalent in terms of the employability. Now, in terms of outcome number 3, sustainable infrastructure and investment delivery, is broken down into 3 here. We're also looking at infrastructure investment as a percentage of GDP. Now, I also need to express this, that our KPIs are structured in 3 forms. There's the support KPIs, there are enabling KPIs, there's also service delivery KPIs. Now, this is a support KPI where on behalf of government through ISA, we'll be looking at the tracking and trace and tracking the changes in terms of infrastructure as a percentage of GDP. We're moving from a baseline of 15.15 from 2023. Now we're looking at least about 20% of GDP by 2029. So they'll be assisting in tracking, and that will enable government departments that are within the infrastructure space to look to make decisions on how to improve on that. So that's why it's a supporting indicator. Value public infrastructure investment. This is an enabling indicator through working with the various departments that are also within the infrastructure. 290 billion, which is our total public sector infrastructure as a baseline. We're looking at moving towards 350 over a 5-year period, and ITSA will be working with all this through the PICC structures and governance structures. Will be also enabling and assisting government departments to actually tap in on that investment value. And then this is a service delivery indicator now, mega projects that will be being brought to the market and then completed. We're looking at 5 mega projects. We're moving from a baseline of 5 to about 30 mega projects that will be constructed. And there's a list of those mega projects that have been constructed with the rand value to them, which is now a service delivery of completed mega projects that have an impact on this GDP. Moving to slide number 16. Slide number 16 is our asset management optimization. This is an outcome 4, which basically I think members of the committee and Honorable Chair, you remember we at some stage, or Mr. Sibande presented the asset optimization strategy. So this is a continuation of that. And then we're looking at indicators of generating revenue through the implementation of some of these assets. The rand value, we're moving from a baseline of 90 million to about 1 billion of how we can actually leverage on those assets or use the assets to generate value by taking them into the market. Then the gross capital formation contribution in terms through the BOT and ROT, we are looking from a base of 0, and we're saying, having taken this to the market through our asset optimization strategy, where we build, operate, and transfer, or repair and operate, we should be expecting over a 5-year period about 10 billion to be generated and contribute to the gross fiscal capital formation. So this will be also an add-on to the other indicator, which also looks at just infrastructure. So this is just capital formation contribution from a property point of view. The other one was a contribution from an infrastructure generally. Then the next outcome, transformed and professionalized built environment. This is also part of professionalizing the state, working with our entities, in this case CBE and the professional councils. We're also looking at also the other indicators, looking at the participation ratio or rate in terms of the designated groups as through our procurement program. So in terms of a procurement program, we're saying we've got contractors and historically disadvantaged individuals. We've got contractors, youth majority owned. We also look at women majority owned contractors, and we also look at persons with disability that are owned. And then we're moving from a baseline of 98% of black majority, 30% of youth, 47% of women, and 9% of disability. And over a 5-year period of time, we also want to maintain that high rate of 98, even go beyond that, and 40% for youth, and 50% for women, and then 15% for persons with disabilities. So that is our breakdown in terms of through the procurement process. We'll be also looking at how we are contributing to the transformation of the sector. Continuing with that, we're also looking at SMMEs and also rural and underdeveloped townships. We're also focusing on the BBBE status, the contribution to that, and also our built environment skills level in terms of registered professions to professionalize the state in terms of our infrastructure. So we're moving from this baseline of 30% of contractors to 40, 16 from the underdeveloped to township enterprise to 20, 29% of BBBE to 40, and then moving from 57,500 registered professionals to at least a higher end of about 120,000 registered professionals by 2029, of which will also feed into our mechanism of ensuring that we also address the capacity and the skills that is required within the built environment, even internally in the department. That basically is a high-level summary of our SP indicators. Now, the breakdown of those high-level summary will be in the next slides on part C of the presentation. I'll go to slide number, what slide is it? Is slide, yes, on this slide, yes, thank you. So this now will be the annual performance plan breakdown on annual basis, what we'll be measuring as a build up to that 5-year strategic plan. So starting with program number 1, administration, Chair, I'll start moving fast now. We've got a rate of compliance. We're still measuring the compliance aspect of it because part of it is measuring compliance, the basket of key compliance matters. So our rate is basically all the key identified areas. We used to measure top 20, as we are now moving to top 25. If you look at the sections that I highlighted earlier on, which is your constitutional and other matters, there's a total of 46 matters now. We are moving to 25, build on that until we get to a fully fledged compliance universe. The target is 100% throughout. The ethical and leadership, we are also looking at 51 to 70 to measure that fair aspect. To also do that through the ratings and the surveys. We've already started, and we've established an ethics committees as well as other committees. But we're also looking at what we call the efficiency and the governance of efficiency of governance structures as well, which will be part of that. Vacancy rate, we are also moving from a baseline of a target. We're looking at a target of 10% for the next financial year, and then over time we want to see how that also we improve on our vacancy to fill on the gaps. So I think this will improve because now, since the lifting of that moratorium by DPSA, we are starting to see some traction on filling of positions. Designated groups in terms of SL level, having filled those vacancies, we also disaggregate them in terms of women in SMS. 50% is our high end now. I see we've been moving from 40, 42, 43. Now we're targeting 50% and then targeting 3% for persons with disabilities. We are also dealing with legal opinions because our litigation book is quite high. So we want to say our turnaround should be 100% in terms of dealing with the legal opinions that are provided to ensure that we deal with these issues before they become serious legal implications. We also deal with contracts that are drafted and amended. We'll also be dealing with those issues because we are in a procurement space. So we also want to look at ensuring that within the stipulated timeframes, we adhere to those timeframes, and 100% of those contracts are drafted and amended within that stipulated time frame. That will also measure the efficiency of our turnaround and then also the impact on the service delivery. If the time is allocated and the time is met, then the impact on service delivery should be felt in that context. Then moving to the next slide. The court cases that are managed, we're also looking at percentage of litigation of our court cases. We're also 100% to manage those cases. In terms of your digital transformation that we talked about, we're also looking at prioritizing business processes and automate. We've already started some internal automation, as well as part of this was the project that we've already put in the market. to ensure that there's efficiency within our ICT and also the ICT infrastructure. We're already embarking on a refresh or an update of our infrastructure in the department. So we've got 4 that we've targeted in terms of processes that have been automated, and then we move on with time to automate fully the organization so that we then reach that degree of maturity, enterprise maturity at a level 3. Financial performance, 100% to ensure that we spend all the finances, but the value for money is also realized as we allocate those fundings to projects, to all the service delivery key performance indicators. Slide 23. This is basically now a breakdown of these indicators 5-year into the quarterly breakdown. On slide 23. So again, compliance, we say it's 100% right across. Ethical is basically, we'll be going quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, surveys, assessment, analysis, but we want to say at the end of the financial year, how are we performing in terms of ethical and leadership? There are quite a number of other components involved in that. So we will be also measuring at 51. Vacancy rate, 10. Broken down quarterly to maintain that over 4 quarters, 50% and 3% on designated groups, women and persons with DPWI. We want to maintain that over the 3 quarters, with the 4 quarters, and then legal 100%. Slide 24. Percentage of vetted and litigation, also maintain that 100%. Number of prioritized 1.8. Number of prioritized business processes, we said annual target is 4. We'll be realizing that at the end of quarter 4. Already there are 2 that are already about 60-70% in that are 60-70% in progress, and I think by quarter 2 we should be coming back to say out of the 4 these are now automated, etc. And then but at the end of it is to be 4, but not only limited ourselves to 4. If there's more time and space and resources, we can even go beyond that, beyond what we've targeted. Financial performance 100% annually, but it is basically incrementally at 24, 51, 74, and 100% at the end of the financial year. And this will be also expressed in the annual reports or quarterly reports when annual reports when expressed it. Program 2 intergovernmental coordination. I'm on now slide 25. Now, here, this is where we're also talking about the sector plan. The sector plan has been approved, and then there will be also implementation plans to also show the impact that we are showing across the spheres of government. And then also from a learnership and skills development point, we're also looking at the number of beneficiaries that are participating in the DPW skills. We have a total of 1,200. In the financial year 2025, we are targeting 1,200. And then the bottom tables basically show the breakdown of these indicators. Number of sector plans, 2.
Not my time
Yes,
now.
Chair.
Now it's
Okay.
can I give you 3 minutes to wrap up, please?
Okay, Chair. Okay, no, I'll do so, Chair. In that, I'll skip some of the slides. APWP Chair, which is the next slide 26, it's creating of work opportunities as well, and within by public bodies, but also work opportunities that are reported by the DPW on our system. So that is the quarterly breakdown. Program 4, which is policy, broken down into 2: policy, the construction amendment, public works bill, and Giyama amended, which I also highlighted earlier on, as well as the infrastructure act that will be amended, and then also the implementation of the SIPs, which is a strategic integrated project. 4 reports will be expressing those to the extent to which we're dealing with that. And then also the status reports to also provide how we are faring on those SIPs as we are delivering on those projects. Gross fixed capital formation, we're moving of a baseline of 16. We want to see that progression over time towards that 20% by 2029 as well. And then also through infrastructure is to adopt a municipality project, 2 projects to be completed, 1 municipalities, and then over time we'll be also looking at and assessing those municipalities to adopt. Right, and then the last one under program 4 is the small harbors, the redevelopment with completed and land enablement. This is basically number 3 of them that we're looking for this current financial year, and then we'll progress as the time goes on. I'll also skip the quarterly breakdown, Chair, and then move to slide number 34, which is now. Oh, sorry, not before 34. Prestige, slide 33. Prestige is basically planned state events, and then we're also looking at a complete movable asset register for Prestige, so that we take account of all the assets, movable assets that are within the Prestige, so that we also work on that. I think we'll also develop a register there that will also assist in decision making of what then is required. Then PMTE is the financial level 100%. Slide 34, real estate investment, properties that are put in the market, and also the development of precinct, as well as GIAMA compliant, fully functioning CMP and UMs. So we are also looking at our compliance to GIAMA in terms of our consolidation of the CMP and the UMs, where it's necessary within the department. In terms of construction, project management is still the same, Chair and honorable members, completed the total of those projects that are completed. We are also looking now at projects that are at the procurement stages, how many of them, and then also the designs that will be completed with that. In terms of the bridges, which is under PMO, we're looking at the bridges that will be constructed, the Willis bridges. In terms of real estate, we are now moving, you'll see that that problematic indicator of lease portfolios within the security cluster, now a much more meaningful and measurable. We are also looking at a square meter reduction in the real size of our lease portfolio, and we also look at how many of those leases that we can easily convert to lease to own agreements, and that will also assist in terms of how we deal with those at least this is accommodation. We'll also look at the productivity. How is it to productively utilize those state-owned accommodation properties? But another important aspect that we're also doing is also to have a publication, an annual publication on the measures that will be entailed in terms of your occupation, the space utilization, water, electricity. So it will be a matrix of all the elements that will be within a facility, and we measure them in terms of efficiencies and productivity of that asset, and they will be publishing that annually as a publication, and that will also serve as a yardstick in how we improve on property management as well. Percentage change in revenue generation, we'll deal with that, and then we also still maintaining the OPP to regularize and recover and deal with illegal occupation through the OPP program. And then lastly is the hectares of land that we are releasing from our portfolio to support socioeconomic imperatives. And then the last two programs, Chair, is basically management of our asset register and our support to the provinces. We continue with that. And then the facilities management is we still deal with the term contracts and making sure that they are operational and they provide the necessary maintenance. But what is also important that we're bringing on board is that we are now entering a space of the green economy, of ensuring that we also start rating our buildings, like a 4-star Green Star certification of our buildings, working together with the Green Building Council of South Africa. We are also looking at taking some officials within the organization to participate on a training program and be certified GPCS also. But we're also looking at existing buildings on how we can rate them. So there one will talk about new buildings, the other one will talk about existing buildings and how we certify them. And then lastly, we are also looking at, because we are in the construction, we also look at how we manage waste through the certification, so that we also talk about certification at level 1 of renovations and certification on net zero waste, how we manage that. And then also all of these will also put it also in an annual publication to look at the state of our green building in the country. Chair, that's a high level in terms of the APP indicators, and then the next is basically the financials. Thanks, Chair.
Who's presenting financials? DG?
Aaron?
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, I'm going to present both. I'm going to present both DPW and PMTE. I'll try to summarize. Chairperson, the budget that we have,
can you manage within 15 minutes?
I think I will, Chairperson. Thank you.
Please do.
The budget that we have, Chairperson, as you can see, over the medium term, we have around 24 billion for the department. And if you look at it, you can see that the bulk of the budget is sitting under the transfers and subsidies. And over the medium term, we have around 20 billion of the transfers and subsidies. Where is the money going? The money is going to the departmental entities, which is your PMTE, CIDB, CB, and Agrima South Africa. We also have around 1.8 billion, which is allocated to EPWP for the non-state sector, and also the programs that are being implemented by the provinces and municipalities. For compensation of employees and goods and services, Chairperson, they are accounting for around 4.2 billion, which is approximately 17% of the billion. As I've indicated, around 82% is under the transfers. Now, what we have under the compensation and goods and services, this is for Program 1 and Program 3, which are the biggest in terms of the budget allocation. Program 1 is more of a support, which support both the department and the PMTE in terms of your corporate services, which include your legal and communication. And under goods and services, it also includes the budget, which is approximately 500 million, which is allocated for the project preparation that is implemented through IDC on behalf of Infrastructure South Africa. Now, in terms of the program, Chairperson, we have about 5 programs, and 4 of them, excluding Program 1, which is administration. This is where the money is being spent. The first one, it is spent under EPWP with the budget allocation of approximately 7.2 billion. And the bulk of it is sitting under your transfers, as I've indicated. EPWP is implementing the non-state sector. It's also implementing the conditional grant to provinces and municipalities. I'm not going to go through the other economic classification under EPWP. The second one, Chairperson, which is your Program 2, intergovernmental coordination, it deals with the issues of the oversight. The budget over the medium term, it is 96 million. And in this program, Chair, the bulk of the budget is sitting under compensation of employees because it's more of coordination. They don't have any other programs except coordination. Then the other one, which is the third program, it is the capacity building, which is managed by professional services. Professional services also, the bulk of the budget is sitting under goods and services. I mean, compensation of employees. You have a small portion under goods and services. They also have approximately 15 to 18 million allocated for the bursaries. So this is the program that is dealing with the built environment capacity building, either through the programs, which is among others include the young professionals, includes the bursaries, internships, and the learnerships. The other one, which is the last chapter, it is the infrastructure development support, which I've indicated that we have approximately 589 million under goods and services. And this money is spent on the project preparation. This is the program that Infrastructure South Africa through IDC, it is implementing to support both the provinces and municipality with the feasibility studies, design, and the legal compliance in terms of the projects that are being implemented. When we move to slide number 51, Chairperson, it is the budget for the PMTE. The PMTE budget, Chairperson, over the medium term is around 54 billion, which includes 3.9 billion for the maintenance. Now, the PMTE is also supporting around 24 departments, and the budget that is allocated for those 24 departments with the infrastructure is approximately 11 billion. Now, in terms of the economic classification, where the money will be going under the PMTE, we have the current payment, which is your compensation of employees and goods and services over the medium term. The budget is moved from 14 to 16 billion. On average, the budget that we have, goods and services, is around 33.2 billion, which includes the operating lease. Under the transfers, Chairperson, the PMT is allocated around 13 billion. What are we spending under the transfers? This budget is being spent on the rates and taxes. These are the properties that the department is owning. The rates and taxes that are being paid over the medium term, we have around 13 billion. We also have the revenue because the PMTE, it receives money from the department and it also generates the revenue. The revenue that is generated by the PMTE on average is around 17 or 18 billion per financial year, which I've indicated over the medium term. In summary, it comes to around 54 billion. The current payments that I've indicated, that is around 14 to 16 billion, Chairperson, it comes from the same revenue that the PMTE it is generating. And we also had some budget reduction in the current financial year where the budget was transferred, where it's part of the transfer of function, which is around 937. The bulk of it, Chairperson, it went to the Department of Home Affairs on behalf of the Border Management Authority. So previously the program was called BCOCC. This is the program that was being implemented by the department on behalf of BMA. And after the establishment, the decision was made that BMA, like other departments, they will have the budget being allocated directly under the BMA, but the programs will continue to be implemented by the department on the recoverable basis. The department will continue to implement the infrastructure and recover the budget that is allocated from the BMA in terms of the infrastructure. Chairperson, in summary, this is what we have in terms of DPW and PMTE budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You managed time very well. Knowles, I saw there are new apologies or apologies that came very late. Can you read them out so that they can be recorded as part of our meeting?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. There's an apology from Honorable Numalo, who is off ill, and then there's also an apology from the Deputy Minister, who is currently overseas on a work trip. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. It's time for our deliberations. When you question, I'll advise you indicate your question, where are you directing it, so that it must not confuse those who will be responding. I think, are you ready, members? Or must
Yes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Chair.
Honorable Marais, you can start.
Thank you, Chairperson. This was quite a more than a mouthful, this presentation. Thank you for those that prepared it very well for us. I've got 3 general questions, and it's directed to the Minister and to the DG. I want to start off with the remarks in the beginning of this meeting around the lifestyle audits of senior management. Is there a set target date for this to be concluded? And which company is used to do this lifestyle audit? First question. Second question, as you all know, public works has been seen over years as a black sheep of all departments in South Africa. Did we manage to move in a positive direction to actually do our payments from our side within 30 days? Because everybody always point fingers to other departments, but are we moving in a positive direction to get that right within the internal various departments? Because if that could be done, then it will be a major chain reaction within the various departments. Then question 3, it's about the procurement. The DG, is he comfortable with all the measures that's put in place within his procurement department? Because if there's one place in any organization where there could be foul play, then it is in the procurement department. That is that one. And the 4th question, very quickly, is about the asset register. And it is more in line and specifically vacant plots within the jurisdiction area of 3rd level of government, the various municipalities. So I'm talking about vacant plots that's lying there for more than 30 years. And we're paying taxes on it and nothing's happened, and then nothing will happen on those plots because what it originally was earmarked for is not going to happen going forward. So is there maybe a thought of sending out the invitation to various municipalities in South Africa and say, are you interested to buy these plots because it's dormant for more than 30 years, and perhaps they can use it for infrastructure like workshops or parking areas or something in that line, and we can do away with the rates and taxes we're paying on dormant land. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. Delange, you'll be the next one. Honorable Vicereggie, you'll be the third one. Letlape, you'll follow. Then Kobe, you'll be the last one on this batch, in that order.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings to the leadership of the department, to you, Chair, the honorable members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to ask some few questions regarding these three presentations. I think the first question is on the area that was raised here, that there is still non-payment by client departments, which is an area that has been evolving, but we're not getting exactly what is being done in terms of getting tangible solutions on this matter. Because if this matter is not attended, we'll always experience other departments who will request for the devolution. Therefore, what is it that is being done to make sure that the question of devolutions is being avoided, as well as the question making sure that client departments indeed are paying as supposed to be paid. The other issue in relation to the presentations, what mechanisms are in place to deal with the reliability and accuracy of the performance report itself? The last question is what progress is envisaged with the immovable asset register in relation to the completion of the immovable asset register in this current financial year? Thank you so much. Just those few three questions. Thank you. I'm done, Chair.
Honorable Raji.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me thank the Minister, the DG, and the team for basically two comprehensive presentations. The first on the audit outcomes and the second on the APP for the department. I think I will be amiss if I did not begin by commending the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for the improvements that were achieved in the 2023-24 financial year. The fact that the DPWI main account incurred no material misstatements in its financial statements reflects improved financial discipline and internal control processes. And I believe that this is a step in the right direction, and credit must be given where it is due. However, Chairperson, I'll also be failing in my duty if I did not comment on the fact that PMTE's reduction in the number of qualification areas from 7 to 4 is a notable progress. Now, what is concerning, and I would like to get comments on this, is why is there persistent audit qualifications when it comes to PMTE? The fact that PMTE remains qualified year after year is totally unacceptable, especially in an entity that is entrusted with managing assets worth billions of rands. I think it is incumbent upon the department to give the public at large and South Africans in general an explanation as to why year after year PMTE continues coming up with qualifications and systemic failures in financial reporting and oversight. Secondly, Chairperson, the issue of material irregularities. This is clearly a red flag on governance. I don't believe it is just administrative lapses, because it suggests that there's gross negligence, there's weak contract management, and I'd go so far as to suggest that there's criminal elements involved. I want to know what consequence management has been implemented in these cases and what disciplinary action or legal action that has been taken. I think as a committee, it's not good enough for us to constantly hear of where the problems are, but we're not hearing enough about what is being done about the problems. Then, Chairperson, I'm going to deal with the third question, and then I will come in the second round, because it was quite a comprehensive presentation we had, and I have a number of issues that I want to raise. I don't want to hog this space. I want to give other members the opportunity as well, because they're raising some key issues too. I want to know from the DG, what is the total number of staff?
Please, Honorable Reddy, don't worry about giving other members chance. It's your time. You still have,
thank you.
Can even take 10 minutes. Raise all.
Oh, that's so good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to know from the DG, in terms of staff, how many staff does the department employ in total? How many are permanent staff? How many are on contract? And in terms of your APP targets, in respect of racial demographics, how many of the PDIs are employed in the department at all levels? And I want to know how you define a PDI. I also want to know how many foreigners that the department has employed. I want to know how many foreigners. Are we using the term black to mean a foreigner that will take precedence over an Indian and a colored South African born in this country? I need to understand the thinking of the department in respect of racial demographics. Are we prioritizing South Africans first in terms of previously disadvantaged individuals, or are we going outside the borders of the country in order to show our black figures as how you would define black to be? Now, let's look at the APPs, Chairperson. 54 billion rands has been allocated to PMTE, and there's no detailed oversight. Here is the problem. This is where I believe the problem is. We need to see what internal oversight mechanisms there are and how these monies are being monitored. What you call this, where you do this assessment of your officials, senior officials. We would like to see the impact of that, where you look at the lifestyle audits. Come to us at the next committee. Tell us how many officials you have performed lifestyle audits on, especially those involved in the SCM cycle, and let us know what has been the outcome of that. Don't just talk. We hear about this lifestyle audits, Minister. We hear about this all the time. I like the fact that even you mentioned it, and I hope that you're going to crack the whip on this. We want to know how many officials are earning a salary in this department, but living a lifestyle that's 10 times more than what they earn, and if they are able to justify where that extra money is coming from. Then I find that there's 11 billion rands worth of projects without department readiness. The department is not yet ready, but it wants 11 billion rands. It's allocated to projects for 24 departments, despite acknowledged weaknesses like poor digital systems, skills gaps, and audit issues. And I can tell you this much, Chairperson, this is the recipe for irregular and wasteful expenditure. Then, have you noticed something in your APP where there's massive operational costs that's hidden under goods and services? I want you to explain this. You've got 61.4% of your PMTE's budget, 33.2 billion rands, and it's categorized as goods and services without specifying your service providers, the nature of the contracts, or value for money justifications. I want to demand that you give us a full breakdown of these contracts before we even consider approving the APP. Then, 15 million rands has been spent on a temporary tent for Parliament. 15 million. Where did the authority come from? Who authorized this? It never come to the committee. The monies have already been spent. Who authorized this? And in terms of the project itself, did you ever consider that this is a temporary facility? And with 15 million rands, and we've got about 8 more months before the other building is complete, we could have spent 1 million rands a month renting somewhere. That's what could have happened. This is another case of wasteful expenditure, and we cannot be quiet about it. You know, the issue of Infrastructure South Africa, ISA, it's still not scrutinized. You know, 589 million rands is allocated to ISA, despite its track record of project delays and duplication. Now, this ISA must be placed under direct oversight, or it must be disbanded. Otherwise, it's another waste of taxpayer money. Billions of rands is being allocated to EPWP. In fact, it's 7.2 billion rands. And there's no clear evidence of permanent jobs or value for money. You know, if you look at the EPWP program, it is not yielding the desired results at all. Who's dropping the bar here? There's definitely something that's not going right. Money is going into this program, which is meant to create jobs, sustainable, permanent jobs. And for this amount of money, nothing is happening. And it's worrying. In terms of there's no mention of provincial and local coordination failures. You know, the APP just assumes delivery by provincial and municipal entities without addressing the issue of their own incapacity. So we're going to come back again and find that the district development model is failing. So, Chairperson, as a party, as MK party, we will reject this APP in its current form. It is totally bloated. It has an unaccountable wish list that enables elite enrichment, while ordinary South Africans remain unemployed, they are homeless, and without basic services. So we demand an overhaul that puts the people first before prestige and transparency before tenders. I thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, I called on Letlapen Kobe, but if you are not ready, let me allow Minister before he leaves to respond to the 3 members. It's a different method because I want him to say something before he leaves. He has requested to leave early as he'll be attending a committee of cabinet. Can I get indication from Letlape? Are you ready? For a few minutes, we allow the Minister. Honorable Letlape Kobe. Minister, you can respond to.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your indulgence in the committee, and hopefully my responses, as succinct as they will be, will also maybe cover some of the points that other members may have, as they may be cross-cutting. Let me just say that I want to say, Chairperson, respectfully, I think that the Honourable already misunderstands an annual performance plan and how it works, and that it is it is not an all-encompassing, all-detail document. It's a document that sets targets to outcomes that is back-ended by an operational plan. And so, you know, I would ask his reconsideration in rejecting the APP, because actually what it does, Chair, is it fundamentally seeks to address many of the issues that he has raised, particularly around digital systems. The targets are very rigid and robust to ensure that we get onto a pathway of sustainability and streamlining our systems through digital interventions. He says that you know, infrastructure is not being managed correctly or implemented correctly, and calls for the disbanding of Infrastructure South Africa. I would argue that Infrastructure South Africa cannot and should not be disbanded, because in fact that will only exacerbate the problems of infrastructure delivery in South Africa. And where one looks at the interventions of Infrastructure South Africa and now their new projects into local government, you can see a much better delivery model of Infrastructure South Africa. So I think that would be worsening the situation. The Honourable Member says that expanded public works is not being executed to the point that it should be. And I think that there is broad agreement within the committee and broad support, by the way, for the reforms and refocusing of EPWP to become a pathway to sustainable job creation. That is in the APP. It is a target of the APP. And so to reject that would be rejecting your own call for reform. To reject the APP would also be to say, you know, that we don't want to deal with the lifestyle audits of high-risk officials and hold them accountable, because those targets are very clear and in the APP. And so if we rejected the APP, we would allow people to get off scot-free. If we rejected the APP, Chairperson, we would also say that we have no willingness to deal with the material irregularities highlighted by the Auditor General, which in fact you will appreciate, Chair, as we briefed the committee before, that we are taking an AG-led approach to deal with the issues within the audit action plan, so that we do it in a collaborative way. The reason why, Chairperson, that PMTE continues to persist with audit qualifications, this is a critical question, and it's actually a structural question. It's how PMTE is structured, that it is effectively an asset manager, but it is unable to effectively house off or carve off those assets into a single entity that reports to a structure like a board and is then governed by corporate governance, ethics and requirements. And that is something that is in the APP and strategic plan that we seek to address by moving PMTE into an entity that is able to house off and then be able to leverage those assets for the benefit of the state and for our social infrastructure. So I think it would be
a mistake if we didn't proceed in that way. I also want to say that some of the points that have been raised, particularly around improvements, are just the beginning, Chair. And I think that this APP and strategic plan, as presented to you, will speed that momentum up of improvement on building on the foundation that we have, and then being able to speed that up. So actually, the APP and the strategic plan create very rigid and tough targets for us to achieve. And if people don't achieve them, we are then able to use consequent management and hold them accountable. The APP chairperson also is very focused for us on ensuring that contractors are paid. We are now up to 98% of ensuring that contractors are paid within 30 days. 98%. I think that is critically important point to note. I want us to be at 100%, and you will find that in the APP as well. So it pushes us to ensure that all of our payments are done correctly. But it also it helps us deal with issues of funny business in procurement, as has been highlighted, and that's why our move to e-procurement is critical. And as DDG Mklangu had spoken about earlier, we are fast moving in that direction, and it is found in the APP as well, because we have lost court cases on how our supply chain management processes work. We've awarded irregularly to some people and not to others, and we have had to ensure that we comply and rectify those. Honorable De Lange asked a very important question about the non-payment from clients, and there, honorable member, we've had some success, particularly with the SAPS, and I want to pay a tribute to the Minister Nkunu and the management of SAPS that have worked hand in hand with us to deal with those payment issues. Then there are some ones, honourable member, that aren't as collegial, if I may put it that way. And we are now seeking how to take a tougher approach, because every rand that is kept from us means that it has a consequence down the road. So, there we also seek the committee's assistance and possible even help to make sure that our clients pay on time, so that we are able to render a service. So Chair, I would like to recognize those comments of support for the APP, and I would really like to try and persuade the committee that the APP is accepted, because it is a critical roadmap to making public works and infrastructure the pride of place in economic delivery and job creation in South Africa. So, Chair, I hope that those also may touch on some of the other issues. My office will remain also on the call, and if there are issues that you need me to respond in writing, we will do so as well. But I do thank you and the committee's indulgence for me to go and deal with this important matter at the Cabinet Committee. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. You may be excused. Your team will remain to respond properly. I'll go back to members. Even though you have a follow-up, do you want to make a follow-up quickly?
Yes, please, Chairperson.
Please
We cannot just allow the minister to make these statements and then rush off. I do understand he's got some other commitments, but there are people that's watching this, and it's important that we put things into its correct perspective. I mean, to say that the department is now claiming a 98% payment within 30-day period, I don't believe that that's true at all. If you go out there and if you speak to contractors, they will tell you that they are having endless problems. In fact, we met with contractors. The Deputy Minister has this program annually where he calls these emerging contractors to come in and engage with the department. And the common problem among most of the contractors is the fact that they are not paid timeously. And to come here, it seems to me that the department and PMT in particular relies simply on the audits of the AG instead of internal audit, the executive committees and risk and compliance branch, their comments. Chair, the other point that the minister raises, and I need to clarify this, the issue he says, and I want to respectfully disagree with him when he suggests that I do not understand APPs. For his information, I have read this carefully. I think better than he did. I got more than a matric. Not just glossy aspirations here, but the indicators, the baselines, and the targets. Because what I see is not alignment with real service delivery needs, but there are vague ambitions, recycled targets from previous years, and a lack of consequence for underperformance. That is what needs to be found in these APP documents. Supporting a plan, Chair, is not about blind loyalty or ticking a box. The same minister, when he was not in the GNU, when he was in the DA, I will show you some of the things he said about the same department that he's praising today, and about police minister, where he attacked the police. So overnight, when they become cabinet ministers, everything changed? I don't know about that. So Parliament has an oversight arm, and that's us. We need to hold the executive accountable for meaningful, measurable progress. And if I raise objections, it's not because I misunderstand the APP. No, it's because I understand too well what empty targets mean for communities still waiting for water, housing, jobs, and dignity. Chairperson, I just want to be clear about this. My vote is not a vote for show. It must reflect the lived experiences of the people that we represent. We are elected by people on the ground, not by these departments. We come here, we articulate their concerns, and we cannot say we are achieving 99% here, or 80% or 90%. To the man that's in the township that's watching this, it means absolutely nothing to him. If the APP doesn't deliver real change, it doesn't deserve our support. I thank you.
A hand of Honorable Gama. If it's a follow minister is said or
yes, Chair, it's just a follow-up to the minister before he leaves.
It's a follow-up with the minister.
Sorry, Chair, I don't know if we can hear each other. Yeah, I'm saying it's just a follow-up to the minister before he goes.
With your
Okay, I don't know if you've given me permission to go ahead. It's your line is not good, Chair. Okay, I will go ahead if I cannot hear Chair. But what I wanted to ask Minister is there are many challenges that the department faces, and it's very easy to have an APP that is all-encompassing, which is very good, because you are trying to fire on all cylinders. But really, this one is an elephant. And the way that you eat the elephant is very important. Can you just maybe share with us just your top 3 priorities? What are the 3 things that you will focus on in the department for this year, which you believe is going to give you the highest impact on all of the challenges that you face, and the ones which you think, if the department performs very well on these 3 things, then we will be on our way towards the turnaround of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Nola, I think the chair might have fallen off the platform, if I'm not mistaken. I don't see her there. I also don't see the minister. I don't know if there's someone who can continue until the chair gets back.
Yes, it does seem that the chairperson has been kicked out of the platform. I noted earlier that her network was just not, her bandwidth was a bit low. It probably is the case. So let's just try to get a hold of the chicken guide in terms of what we can do. I would like to request a 2-minute little break, honorable members, so that we can get hold of the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Knowles.
Honorable members, the chairperson will log in just swiftly, but in the meantime, she has requested me to request Honorable Dlelanga to just hold the fort, and then I request the honorable members that she had already noted to proceed with their questioning. Thank you.
Honorable members, those who were supposed to speak, can they speak? After Honorable Gama, who was supposed to speak? Else.
I believe it was Honorable Detlape and then Kobe, acting chair.
Oh, thank you so much. Honorable Lehlape and Honorable Kobe. Can we start Honorable Lehlape?
Sorry, acting chair. I also note, I don't know if Honorable Detlape is in the platform. I don't see her name.
Thank you so much, Honorable. But after Honorable, what are the remaining hands? Is it?
Honorable Kobe was noted, Chair, after Honorable Lehlape.
Yes, Honorable Kobe, are you in?
I'm in, Chair.
Yes, over to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. Chair, I'd like to welcome the presentations that were given to us and the overview that the Minister has provided in terms of also the mitigating strategies that the department plans to use to ensure that they are well within, they are compliant in terms of reporting. Chair, I just need to know from the last time when we spoke, in terms of ICT and SAGE, we were told that the steering committee is busy with the investigations, but there were service providers that were unpaid due to the breaching of the SAGE system. Now, what I'd just like to know is that were the service providers paid by the department, or were the monies that were recovered from the breaching and then the service providers were paid? I'd just like to know an update with regards to the payments of the service providers. Now, with the digitization of public works and infrastructure, I welcome the changes that have been brought on, and the minister did say that this is only just the beginning stages. But I still do just note disjunctures in the way in which they work in terms of streamlining of processes. I mean, it would have been ideal that if we heard that our asset register is tied down to PMTE and the workforce, the facilities that are available, the facilities, and it's also matched to the facilities managers and also matched to the skills that are in the department. I mean, that will give a better line of reporting. And in terms of risk, risk mitigation strategies, whenever a risk arises, I think it would have been better to track if there was that coordinated and streamlined digitization within the department. I think my worry is the facilities management, poor management of facilities. I note that in the APP, you have targeted that you're going to have 242 facilities managers throughout the year. Now, I just need to know, how are they distributed throughout the provinces, and are they done so in relation or in ratio of the properties that are within those various provinces? And also, do we have a digital reporting system that allows the department to track the work of facilities managers at a regional level? I believe that a lot of your late reporting is due to the fact that you don't get timeous responses and reports from at a regional level to a national level. Also, I'd like to know if the department does have a mechanism to ensure the veracity of the reporting that comes from their various sectoral departments that they serve. For example, they were unable to give an audit. They were unable to report timeously because the Department of Defense had not reported to them. So for me, this seems as though the department, much like how they receive revenue, they wait on client departments. So if they do not receive any reporting from client departments, it means they don't have a reporting mechanism of their own, which is quite worrying for me. Is the department not capacitated to do this? Because what that does is that it leaves your reporting to vulnerabilities, because the information is not credible, or runs the risk of not being credible if and runs the risk of being underreported or underreported. Does the department have a mechanism to ensure that there's that independence of reporting? And also, I realized with sector performance, you do not have a baseline, but within the 5 years, you'd like to reach a target of 80 to 100. With the various sector departments that you're already working with, can't that serve as a baseline? I mean, I don't understand how you don't have a baseline, but you have a set target to 80 to 90%. How does that guide you in terms of tracking your performance to seeing if you are realizing that or if you're moving below the baseline? Yes, Chair. I think that's it with relation to my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Knowles, who took over when I got lost? Maybe I can get an indication whether they still have someone that you called to make questions.
It was Honorable Dlelanga, Honorable Chairperson, and I think all the members have now asked their questions. Thank you.
Did Letlape do that?
She was the platform, so I'm not sure if she's back already, Chair. I don't think she is, though.
Can I then call on Mahlangu, followed by Gama, Bath, then Ngobo, in that order?
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to everyone. The Minister in his absentia, the Deputy Minister, the DG, and the whole delegation. Let me first acknowledge and welcome all presentations. being made here. Chair, I have a few questions, but I'll begin here under audit action plan. One is worried about the underutilization of the state-owned properties, because we have many state-owned properties that are not being used. And at the other side, the PMTE is continuing with the most expensive private lease agreements. And we've been speaking about this thing. One will assume that by now, at least, the department has a detailed plan on how to address the underutilization of the assets. That will be the first question. The second one, Chair, moving, it will be the backlogs that I have noted that in relations to the renewable energy and the road rehabilitation. Can we be provided the detailed report or a detail in details? How do we intend to address these infrastructure backlogs when it comes to renewable energy and road rehabilitation? Chair, another question that I want to ask is the question in relation to the delays in the construction, the delays in procurement in the construction sector. One will say that delay are very costly, Chair. That's why one will want to know what are the reasons for the procurement delay in the construction sector, and what are the consequences and the financial implications of these delays. Chair, another question that I want to ask is the one on how are the operational gaps in the service delivery in efficiencies being dealt with in this financial year. The last question, Chair, that I want to ask is the intention of the department, Chair, to use the office vacancies, because given the high office vacancy rate in the department, is the department considering converting some of the office space into accommodation space so that they are able to increase the revenue? Baya tanki.
In that order, members. Gama. Bath.
Chair, I'm ready to go if Honorable Gama doesn't have anything to ask.
You may chip in.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll quickly go. I don't really have questions as much as I have comments, Chairperson. I just think also I'd like to thank the department for the two presentations. And I'll start off just by making some positive remarks from my side, and just I think commending the department for some of the strategic progress that has been made in areas that have been identified over the last year requiring some reform. I think most notable is the shift, Chairperson, towards digitizing the management of state assets through the State Asset Information Management System. I think it marks a pretty major step forward in enhancing operational efficiency and also accountability. And I think also just to highlight the recent comments made on the digitization of procurement, which we've seen, which we see being piloted in KwaZulu-Natal. I think the department is doing good in its continued investment into the expanded public works program. I think we're all looking forward to the reforms that have been highlighted and that will most likely be seen coming into or implemented within the next year. And the target put forward for the creation of those work opportunities in the face of our increased unemployment rate that we've noted over the last quarter, especially. I think also it must be acknowledged that the department is making an effort to strengthen infrastructure coordination, despite what has been said by some members with respect to Infrastructure South Africa. I think it's going to be interesting to see how the pipeline of projects is made available for us to look at, and also to see how those projects become operationalized. I think also in particular interest to me is the Adopt a Municipality program, where we're seeing some interventions from national government that helps coordinate national, provincial, local, and district. And also the partnerships, which I hope will bear fruit with the TVET and higher educational institutions, just to help create more capable, work-ready beneficiaries in the longer run, or the medium term rather. And then I think, yeah, just an area of concern that I picked up, Chairperson, is the budget cut for PMTE. I think it is quite concerning, but I think it also presents an opportunity, Chair. I think we've been speaking a lot about how the PMTE really needs to reform itself into a vehicle that not only delivers on its mandate, but becomes a revenue generating entity like any other property company. Property is a massive asset, and through property and the effective use of property, whether it be leasing out or renting to client departments, etc., and selling and optimizing through the department's program, it's becoming clear that we as a portfolio committee really need to make sure that the department through PMTE becomes that self-sustaining, revenue generating entity that can then reinvest its income into maintenance, which we know is a challenge, into further construction projects, which we know is also a challenge in as far as budget concerns or as far as budget limitations are concerned. And yeah, just to also, highlight the ongoing viability of the PMT as an entity. I think we also need to hear a bit more, Chairperson. I think from the very first oversight that we did when we were in Pretoria and Johannesburg, just a bit more clarification, I think, needs to be put forward by the department with regards to the department's mandate in infrastructure delivery, and particularly in relation to ESA. I think sometimes it can seem to the public to be a bit ambiguous, but I think it is something that we are coming to understand a bit better. But just to make sure that we don't see anyone accusing there being overlap in terms of service delivery. Chairperson, I think that's it. I think it was a mouthful. I think it's a lot to digest, and I think we will deliberate on these going forward through the budget process and through the quarterly performance reports. But I also just want to say one last general comment, that it is now seeing a performance plan that embodies more measurable targets. So it will be much easier, I believe, for us as a committee to comment on and to hold the department to account with the targets that we've seen presented very briefly here today. Thank you, Chair. I'll end there.
Thank you, Honorable. But Honorable Ngobo, if Gamma is back, you can come in, Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. If you are referring to me, my questions have fallen away, except for one, which I might want to ask again. I say fallen away because they've been asked by other members. Even this one has been asked by one honorable member, except that my angle is different. It's about the sites that are lying all over the the municipalities, and they are not utilized by the department. The honourable member that referred to these sites suggested that maybe they be disposed by way of selling them, and my approach would be maybe what if the municipalities are allowed to purchase, I mean, not purchase, but they are given these sites if they are willing to utilize them. The question is phrased like this because I know exactly of one municipality where I have just had a discussion with a town planner. Its name is Mtonjaneni. They've got a lot of such Mtonjaneni in KwaZulu-Natal. They have quite a number of some small municipality, number of sites that are not utilized by the department, and they would like to make use of those sites. And I'm talking about, like I'm saying, he's a regional and town planner. So that's a person who knows exactly what they would do with those sites. So they don't have money, like I'm saying, it's a small municipality. If the department, are they not thinking of maybe allowing such municipalities to take over such sites, such plots that are vacant, if they have plans to utilize them? Thank you very much, Chair. Other questions have fallen away because honorable members have asked them, but we thank the presentations. Thank you, Chairperson.
We seem to have lost the chair.
Yeah, and I think the chair had lost me earlier as well, so we're losing each other. Yeah.
Can you request to Honorable Jelange to continue again whilst the chair is out? I don't know, or maybe Nola will check the chairperson for us.
A lot of members, I'm here, but all we need to do is to have given the list of those going to speak, and then they can continue the meeting.
Honorable Gama is supposed to ask questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I was having an existential problem. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you very well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Zelanga, the interim chair. I had asked some questions earlier, but I guess I asked questions to someone who had already left the platform because I could not find the minister after that. But maybe it falls on you, Director General, that as the accounting officer, you maybe share with us, you do have 5, I think, priorities that you've set, but if you look at them, they are big and bold and probably just difficult for us to imagine how you are going to deal with all of these things. And for me, I just wonder, because I think it's an elephant that you want to chew. How do you eat it properly? Where do you start and where do you have the biggest impact? in terms of the different things, the different outcomes that have been identified in the presentations that have been made. Because you've talked about transforming the built environment, the sustainable infrastructure investment, the expanded public works program, dealing with the infrastructure mafia, etc., etc. But for me, when we talk about all of these issues, I'll tell you what our perspective is. Our perspective is that there's a lot of people that are unemployed in our country, and therefore they need to be employed. Is that one of the key programs? If so, how then are you going to tackle it? And what are the other important ones? I don't want to put words into your mouth, but I need to understand whether as a department, you have an approach in terms of how you are going to deal with all of these issues. The department has image problems, it's got all kinds of issues, but what are the top 3 issues that you are going to focus on that all of you as a team have agreed that once we've dealt with these issues, then everything will fall into place, whether it's PMTE, expanded public works, the governance issues at the IDT, I don't know. But for this year, what are the top 3 key outcomes that you believe that once you've tackled those issues, you will begin to see a huge impact on the work of the department? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ghana. Honorable Mahlangu. Honorable Mahlangu, are you there?
I'm done, Chair. Were you not present when I was I'm already done.
Okay, Honorable Makasa, the last one.
And it's Honorable Kasi, Chair.
Okay, let's start with Honorable Ngosi, followed by Honorable Makas.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to your good self. As you are acting the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, all members of the Portfolio Committee and the department, as well as the support staff. Chair 1 maybe must join other colleagues by welcoming the presentations made in our meeting today. But I've got a few questions that I want to ask. My first question is on audit action plan, Chair. I just want to get properly an explanation if there are any cases which have been reported on fraud and theft which led to material irregularities, where individuals were identified of such actions. The other question, Chair, is on Program 1, Administration Quarterly Targets. I didn't hear properly. I don't know whether it's me. The presenters indicate the report about the quarterly 1 performance. So I just want to check that can they provide an explanation as to why do they have no report for number of prioritized business processes which are automated from quarter 1, 2, and 3. The other questions that I have, Chair, are from the annual performance plan as well. I just want to check as well, how will the outcome indicators be corrected if any are seen to be not performing? The next question, how is the department going to be dealing with incomplete construction projects in this financial year? Lastly, Chair, the baseline for asset management optimization of 90 million is very low, and the rationale for such a low baseline must be explained, and mitigation strategies to increase the baseline need to be detailed to the committee. That is appearing on slide 16 of the APP presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ethel Ngosi. Over to you, Honorable Makasa.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and greetings to the Chair of the portfolio, fellow portfolio committee members, the Minister and the Deputy in absentia, and officials led by the DG. My first question, Acting Chair, is on what Honorable Mahlangu raised. I think I would add on to ask on the state properties being underutilized. In checking what are the reasons to have these private expensive leases instead of utilizing the state-owned properties, and just to check, is this not wasteful expenditure? Even coupled with what we've raised in the previous committees of the executive being not accommodated because there is no report in front of us as to what the reasons are. So I'm not sure whether these are interlinked. And then on the APP Acting Chair, Program 2 in particular on intergovernmental coordination, I would like to check what is the number of beneficiaries that participated in the skills pipeline intervention program, as it is indicated that the target of the department was 1,200 or 1.2. And I also want to check if there is any plan for quarters 1, 2, and 3, since there is no indication on the slide. It is blank, in particular slide 25. And then the department for some time has struggled with addressing the lack of an integrated asset management system, which has led to data silos and difficulties in tracking and managing assets across different departments. I would want to know, how does the department plan to a full, complete, movable register? And then the number of state properties let out is currently standing at 60 based on the presentation. And I would like to be explained to what are the reasons for letting out more state properties as per the target on the document, which is from 60 to 90 by year 2028. And then lastly, Chair, in many of the programs, targets are very low. Can they please share reasons why they are so low? And also, Chair, on what has been raised by the Minister before he left, there was this issue that I think at the beginning of us sitting as a portfolio, where there was this cry from the contractors and the issue of them not being paid, and formally raised here. I just don't remember what was the answer from the department, but now today there is a claim of this 98% payment, which was also raised by Honorable Reddy, and that the payment period is 30 days. If maybe the department can perhaps, since us raising that matter in this committee, when they said that they don't think it is a true reflection, that they can share with us in terms of this 98%, not detailing who and how they were paid, but the issue of improvement from which percentage, since we started up until now, for them to be able to be at 98%, because I believe that there are some that are still complaining of non-payment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Makasa. DG and your team, over to you.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson. I think we have taken notes of the questions, and I think let me rather start by responding as far as possible, where then I will expect the other colleagues to add on, particularly the head of PMTE, Lazi, and also the presenters from finance to add on what I would have missed. And I know that the minister attempted to answer most of the first part of the questions, which I believe he did very well. So let me rather stick to the ones that I think then there's a need for a detail so that honorable members are able, therefore, to understand how far have we gone. Maybe let me start with the question on the issue of lifestyle audits, which was raised by Honorable Maurice. With lifestyle audits, we have started the first phase, which was completed in the previous financial year, or let me just say in the previous administration, because we're in the 7th administration. And that actually compounded the DDGs and the chief directors in the main. And it was completed, and it was done by SIU in terms of which company was used on that one. And also the issue of the current one that we've engaged on, there's a 2-year agreement we have with SIU, where we have requested for them to do at least 400 employees below the chief director to the director level, plus also those critical areas of interest, which covers your SCM practitioners across the country, including our regions. So I think that is basically how far that is gone, and they've already started the process. And due to capacity, they will be completing at least 70 for this financial year. As you might appreciate, this process takes a lot of time and analysis of information that has to be done at an individual level, and those who are doing the sort of the verification of that information. And in terms of the payments within 30 days, I just want to respond as follows, so that at least it's overarching. The Department of Public Works has got a system called Ria Patala, which actually encourages our service providers to raise an alarm when they are not paid within a period. And in most cases where there are no issues, those payments are processed quickly and adequately. And that is how we actually see our performance, where we can actually give a measure based on the complaints that are recorded to us and based on the responses that we give, and also that which we process. I must also indicate, colleagues, that there are those that actually doesn't come through the Adria Patala system. It goes through various different medium and also individuals. Others will phone the office of the president, they'll phone the offices of premiers, etc., and other ministers, and also MPs. Those also come to us, and we always try to really push and make sure that these are resolved. I want to confirm also that there are those that, for instance, I'll highlight to members so that there's an understanding, appreciation. There are always people who always want to push these unpaid claims. I always say this, Chair, with greatest respect, that some of these claims are as old as over 10 years, but every time there's a new DG, these claims come on board. We do appreciate and also deal with those. And sometimes, as easy as people may explain to the person that has said the claim has got to be processed, is owed money. But when we then process these elements, you discover that this matter has been dealt with, we've responded to the person, and we've told the person why we cannot pay. And we've even given the person an option that he has for him to recover, which is normally in this case to get through the legal means in some instances where it is possible. But where it is not possible, there are always other means where we can also invite professional companies, not professional companies, committees to discuss these disputes. And in most cases, we always win where there are no problems. But I just want to confirm that we really are pushing to make sure that this non-payment of people is also been cited to ensure that we win as part of the permanent element in every senior manager as part of his performance agreement, so that as to make sure that this is done properly. And then in terms of the the issue of procurement, what I'm comfortable, obviously, Honorable Marais, I may never be always happy, especially with the SCM process. It's actually cumbersome, very much unfair in some instances, because we are procuring infrastructure, but we are treated like people who deal with pens and books. So there still has to be a regime change or advancement around government with National Treasury, where procurement of infrastructure is actually elevated at a different level, because it's quite a bit of a challenge. As an example, you find that you want to procure something that is very critical and urgent, but because of these limitations, you have to follow this route that is actually cumbersome to the extent that it becomes really frustrating in some instances. I think I'm not really comfortable with infrastructure being procured the way it is currently. And then now when you look at the vacant plots for the municipalities, or vacant plots for public works, for those lands that are actually lying within municipal areas, which have been lying, as you said, rightfully for over 30 years, I do believe that it is very important to indicate we are already approached by municipalities which are responding, especially when they've got capable plans that are making sense in a sense of utilization. We have been releasing quite a number of houses for other social means or programs like the GPV considerations through social development and also other institutions. So where the municipalities have got a land right use that they want to utilize, they normally would write to the department, and we normally are responsive to that. But I think it is a good approach that all the vacant stands, let me just say stands, that are not actually being utilized. It is our intention, Chairperson, through the optimization of PMTE, because part of the biggest issue is to reduce the PMTE's baseline on the holding cost that we pay. That creates a lot of money that you have to pay for unused stands, but still pay for rates, which then tells you that it's money that is actually wasted. So I think that is one area we are really pushing hard. I believe the head of PMT has started to release some of this. He will be in his also reply indicating in detail to what extent is he going to push this so that members are actually appraised on this matter. The other aspect that was raised by Honorable Delanga, what is being done to avoid devolution, because other departments are giving us challenges around payments. I do think that I must be open and clear, maybe to the portfolio committee. Our mandate is being contested wide, internal and also external. And it being contested, now there's a view that is created that certain people believe that if police can't arrest people, then that mandate must be taken by communities. That cannot happen in this country. Mandates are determined by government, and if the mandate has got to change, this matter has got to be discussed with cabinet, to which parliament must agree with those things. So we can't have mandates being taken at the expense of people not following procedures. So we do appreciate that it being contested the way it is, it then boils down to the situation where you can criticize for the sake of criticizing, or you can criticize for the sake of expecting some improvements to be done by public works. So the issue of devolution, really, it's a very difficult one for us. It's very difficult to plan when you don't have the money with you. It's very difficult to plan what you're going to do when the person that you are trying to assist is the one that is going to tell you what needs to be done, and also not providing you with money. But when the blame happens or something wrong happens, then you must pick up the blame, because you are actually the custodian of state properties on behalf of the president. So I think that is basically the issue that I would like to maybe comment on. We really are trying hard to manage this issue of devolution, because those who want devolution, we really are happy for them to take it for as long as they have internal capacity. But when they're going to reuse the same method that we are using, we don't see any change. that is going to be different from what we are doing. I think we will really defend that and refuse for that devolution to move. But where legislatively it is actually supposed to happen, we will support it. But obviously, we will have a responsibility, even if the devolution has been granted, we have a responsibility as a custodian of government immovable assets to ensure that whoever is got that devolution, he executes his mandate in terms of GIAMA Act that we actually are managing and are responsible for. The payment mechanisms, I think, Honorable Zalange, the colleagues from finance will highlight that in detail. And also the issue of the asset register, I think we've dealt with quite a lot. They will actually respond. I've got SASA in the platform. Now, let me go to Honorable Reddy. Why there is persistent audit on the PMTE after year, I think the minister tried to answer that effectively. And I think I do agree, Honorable Reddy, that the issue of the material irregularities, it's a clear red flag. And I do believe that something has got to be done in respect of that. And we really appreciate that we have to really manage all these eminent, if you like, material irregularities in a manner that we've already set up a committee. We always try to push as far as we can. And I believe that our Auditor General is also working with us to help us in respect of this. And I believe we are making some inroads in that respect. We are trying to manage it as far as we could. And I'm currently so far happy with the progress. Maybe let me then answer the other question that Honorable Reddy raises, how many staff members we have as Public Works, including how many foreigners, how many are black, and who's classified as black. Let me indicate there's no person who's black in the world who's classified as another race. You remain black even if you're a foreigner. So let me just maybe contextualize what I'm trying to say here so that at least it covers, maybe give some a response to the member directly. Currently, Public Works has got a total number of 4,965 staff members, of which at least 4,512 are permanent staff members. And then the number of contract employees will form at least 453 in the total. So which then will include our interns that come from time to time in terms of their training as we give them the opportunity, and also the young professionals that comes in, the issues of the Welisizwe Bridges programs that we have, and also some staff in the ministry who come as temporal workers. We can also give a detail on who's who. Now, number of staff who are African, just as a way of a percentage so that I don't have to bore you with numbers, it's actually 89% Africans, which is the total and the total staff complement. And then it's 1.19%, which is Indian. And then it's 5.96, which is colored. That makes for 296 of them. And then whites, it's actually 3.79. That gives then the total staff complement. And some of our Cubans that are working with Public Works in government-to-government programs through our IGR and our DERCO offices. We have 28 foreigners, which I will actually indicate as follows. In DPW, there's a total of 3. And then in PMTE, there's a total of 25. Maybe going to DPW to break it down. 2 are 2 African females, one of which is from professional services from Botswana, and 1 EPWP is from Zimbabwe. And then 1 African male who's in EPWP is from Uganda. So we've got those 3 in terms of EPWP, DPWI. In terms of PMTE, when I say DPWI, I mean everything except PMTE. And PMTE, there's 25. We have at least 4 African females. 1 at PMO level is a Cuban. 1 town planning race is a Zimbabwean. 1 CPM Nelspruit and Lesotho National. 1 PE office is a Zimbabwean. And then 9 African males, which are 2 in PMO, those are 2 Cubans, and then 2 race, which is real estate investment services. It's 2 Zimbabweans, and 1 FM head office, which is a Zimbabwean, and then 1 FPE, which is a Zimbabwean, and also 1 Johannesburg, who's Kenyan national, and 1 CPM PE Zimbabwean, and also 1 CPM Pretoria Zimbabwean, 3 white females, 2 PMO, CPM white females, 1 of all are Cubans, and then 9 white males, all Cubans. They are based within our PMO. So that then comprehensively respond to the question in terms of what Honorable Reddy raised in respect of staff members around the department that we have. And then also the massive operational cost raised under goods and services. I will believe that these are transfers that we do to PMTE, but I think I will allow our presenters to respond on that so that it doesn't make any matter worse. And then the other issue, I think the minister answered on the issue of ISA. We do understand that you are raising the issue that is remaining unchecked. I think we really are monitoring the work of ISA. We're working very well with them in terms of ITC and the agreements that we have with them. And as you might remember, they've just launched a very interesting project book by the president just recently in our SITSA. And then the issue of EPWP allocations, everything with EPWP allocations is transparent. We've got a full report around which we explain what is given to who and how. I think honorable members are at liberty to request a full report if there's anything that is not understood in respect of what we are doing in that space. And then on the payment of contracts, I think I've answered that question as well. Maybe let me then answer I think it's a question that was raised by Honorable Gama in respect of this elephant that has got to be eaten. Maybe let me start by saying the question was addressed to the minister, but the minister, as you know, is not in the platform. But I'll just maybe, as an accounting officer, try to indicate that this elephant, Honorable Gama, as you rightfully said, it's been alive for quite a long time, and it's very difficult to die and be eaten without a strategic plan around it. Maybe what are the 3 things that we may want to consider to start on with? I think as government, you might appreciate that we have a global, if you like, priorities of the state, which comes from political parties who set together to take the 7 administration forward. But let me be specific around the department. What are the things that I believe ourselves and the minister are trying to drive home so that we can have at least some level of impact as we move, so that we don't be finding ourselves to be everywhere, because to be everywhere does not give you any, if you like, result that you might not be able to be happy at the end. So that I answer you directly. The first aspect that I thought is important is the digital transformation of how we do our work. We looked at issues like automating our internal processes, the asset register for improved decision-making and project management, including the procurement regime. I think there's an e-procurement that we're trying to push so that at least things are done. How this will help us, Honorable Gama, sometimes I always talk about these ERP systems where in the past people would actually work on budget that they don't even know. But if you look at the approach where you have to raise an order, it must be raised against a budget that is available. So only through systems you can be able to do that. That particular aspect of digital transformation is one area which I think is critical. And I do feel it's actually getting us somewhere in one way or other. We can give more details in the future. And then the other issue, which has already been really given to the committee for quite a number of times, is the issue of asset optimization. Some of are already in the market. In other words, there are assets that we necessarily don't need at this point in time, whether we can utilize these assets by either generating revenue to reduce our dependency on national treasury by ensuring those assets are actually sweat. Will allow us to sweat those assets and derive value from these assets. There's quite a number of these assets that we're actually reimagining. I think Mrs. Bande has presented so many presentations around asset optimization. And then the other one, I think, which is critical, I will call it infrastructure delivery and coordination, including adopting municipalities to ensure that our delivery and infrastructure serves our community. That is basically our work that we want to really try to make sure that we do. And then the current infrastructure, Honorable Gama, that we have is quite a lot. It has not been maintained. For us to start to be looking at a roadmap towards improved assets, or let me just say facilities, is to focus on a focus program that will actually look at courts looking better than what they look like. For instance, in 3 weeks, I was in Tsolo. As I was traversing across from East London, I noted one thread of courts. They look very old. They're not painted, as an example. And the reason why they're not painted, they are explained in terms of there's no money all the time. So what we actually are doing, just at a practical level, is to say, if painting courts, you'll call that as a change in direction of making sure people who visit our courts, they don't come in dodgy places. If that will actually make a difference, let's adopt that program. So in the Eastern Cape, we are going to be starting that program. In KZN, I'm busy with that program. I've been visiting quite a number of facilities, but I think there are also other matters that we may have to engage on, but I'll stop there for now, Honorable Gama, hoping that it would have assisted one way or other. On the issue of Honorable Malebo Kobe, around the issue of ICT and SAGE, I've decided that Lwazi will give a comprehensive response on that so that we are able then to manage the response that will give you some satisfaction. And then do we have a digital or digital system on regional offices around facilities management? There are challenges. I just want to indicate that we do. People will not log on the calls around faults that they pick up in our facilities, and we respond in terms of that, and we plan according to that. But there is a measure, Honorable Kobe, where we are actually trying to look at a planning environment around facilities management. In maintenance or engineering maintenance, we call it maintenance planning. Maintenance planning is about really looking at the whole aspects of your human resources versus the available hours that they give you as an employer. And you then look at those hours, how you're going to utilize to improve your asset maintenance or asset management, as it were. And then you allocate accordingly those hours so that you can see if there's a gap, then you can use contractors. But in public works, Honorable Kobe, everything we do is about contractors. Everything is done by contractors. Even if we do have artisans, you find that they do menial work, where you find that a contractor is given a task that could have been done by our own internal work. So I think that process will help us in the respect of improving our maintenance around the assets. I think on the sector performance, Lwazi will indicate, I think it's important we have a baseline, I do agree, and that we have a mechanism to manage that. And also in terms of the information, as you indicated, our information depending on other people before they come in, whether the credibility is there or not, I think is one area that we have to make sure as a department we manage going forward. Honorable Mahlangu raised the issue of underutilized properties, which I believe this has been raised quite a number of times. I must indicate that we are really pushing for reducing the private leases to government state-owned properties. As we do that, I want to indicate and underline to the members and the public that the state facilities that we have, they are not in a good state for them to be consumed now. or to be utilized now. They still need to be fixed because there's been derelict, they've been left to the level where maintenance is no longer done. It becomes a problem. So I think as we sort of dovetail, move towards trying to eliminate the private leases, we are carefully considering to engage our clients with a proposal to say where there are leases that are actually making a lot of sense from our side, we convert those to lease to own so that the state can then save money in the future, because we find that there could be leases, honorable members, that have been running for 20 years, which has been giving someone's banking account a lot of money, him or she getting rich by the state after 20 years still doesn't have an asset. So those are strategies that we're going to be looking at. And then as we move forward through the optimization strategy, as Mrs. Bande will summarize at the end, we've identified quite a number of properties where we want to house also government departments as far as we can. We also want to give it as a priority to say, can we first consider, even when we approve these leases going forward, we always ask the question, do we have a government building in that area or not? If the answer is no, then we can consider. But if the answer is yes, we look at the way that we can negotiate with client. To what extent can we look at that? Now, let me come to Honorable Path. I think he was more indicating around issues on enhancing operational efficiencies. I think we really take those notes and are really working hard to improve our services. Let me then go to Honorable Ngobo. The sites lying all over, I think it's one question that has been asked everywhere. But let me just maybe even highlight something on this one, Honorable Ngobo. Sometimes, which you may find it very strange in a sense. I know the place we are talking about is called Emenmont, La Pemtonjani, KZN, which is a small municipality towards going to Ulundi. There are sites that we have and properties that we have that we've not disposed of. And obviously, some of these properties, they form part of the bigger optimization strategy. It is encouraged, Honorable Ngobo, if the municipality, like other municipalities have done, they've got one use for those properties, they can write to us. We are able to release such properties, is not a problem. But what we are unable to do is a situation where we just transfer all properties to municipalities, particularly the vacant land. And then the next day we hear in the Sunday Times, the municipality is selling that property at the high value that we would have made money out of it as public works. So I think Mr. Sibande is busy working on those things, because we need to be very careful how we dispose of this. As the municipalities in their own rights, I must indicate they develop revenues. And when they see an asset, they will always want to sell to make money out of that. Honorable Kama, I think you got a second bite where you really ask the question, where do you start? How do you eat? This thing is too big. I think I've given my response on those areas based on my exposure as an accounting officer, and also we also welcome more inputs from your sides as well as our leaders in this portfolio committee. And then the Honorable Nkosi speaks about the incomplete projects, which I think, what are we doing? I think I've indicated that we are currently finalized the panel of contractors, especially the grade 9, grade 8, where we're going to be appointing directly after that, because the biggest delay in these issues is the inability of ourselves as a department to manage the procurement process in a manner that is quicker. So what we have done, we've actually developed these panels of contractors who are competent, because I must indicate also the reason of incompleteness of our projects is also caused by some contractors who are not performing to the level that we actually anticipate to do, and also us not actually blacklisting. I think I want to indicate that, Honorable, because part of what we are doing is also to look at blacklisting some contractors who are causing the problem so they don't repeat the same. And I believe that CIDP was supposed to have published a list of such. I think we will be probably updating the committee in respect of that. And then Honorable Makasi touches on the targets that are set very low. I think Lwazi will indicate in some of these targets why they were set low. Obviously, there could be reasons around, because in some instances, we would have wanted to, for instance, to employ a number of people, but because of the budget that is low, then we'll reduce the number to align that to that function. Maybe let me then, through you, Chairperson Delanga, allow Mr. Mahlangu first to respond, and then finance people, and then I'll lastly ask the head of PMTE to summarize, and then I'll come back if there's a need. Thank you very much, honorable members.
No, thank you so much. Over to them.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DG, and good afternoon once more. Just a few questions. Let me start with the questions on the KPIs, key performance indicators without targets, quarterly targets. The one in question was the business automation or the process. The way we have structured it, honorable members and Chair, is that our SP, if you look at the nature and the structural character of the KPIs, they are more in terms of the outcome closer to the impact, which basically is that impact that we had in the statement. So it's an outcome-based or / results-based KPIs that you'll see. Then the APP is more of an output-based, tangible ones, tangible outputs that will then, over time, the consumption of those tangible outputs or the use of will then lead to the outcome and the impact. Now, so the areas that you'll find or you see in the APP where there are gaps, they are not specific targets. They are more at process level or activity based, not necessarily a output level. For instance, at the end of the financial year, with respect to the specific indicator, is that we want to have automated. So which means automation becomes your output tangible. But in Q1, we are engaging in the process of developing the needs assessment, which is activities, engagements, consultation with the line functions, testing of the system, looking at, and then going into the market, procurement, etc., until we then procure, test it, and then put it into live production, which then becomes the actual target. So as we present, we come, and those activities are actually contained in the next document called the operational plan, which basically details the activities towards achieving those APP targets. Now, when we come to the portfolio committee on a quarterly basis, where there are no quarter targets, we will then provide where are we in relation to the activity in respect to that specific quarter. So it's based in that, it's structured in that context. Then the other question is, I think the one of the baseline, if you look at the sector plan, we have shifted focus as well, sector plan, in terms of how we structured it. In the past, we used to have what we call customized performance indicators. These were basically customized indicators, a set of indicators that were shared by provinces. In this case, there were about 4 of them. And there was also a disjuncture in terms of the indicators with the national. So it was really not a sector plan per se, but it was basically looking at those specific indicators that are similar across the provinces, but not necessarily the same. So we've shifted focus now to move to what we call a sector-specific infrastructure in program. So which means that it's a new approach, which would not have a baseline in terms of the previous information, because it was not a combined issue. Second to that is also take into consideration the different provincial configurations, so that then the indicators, despite the configurations, will also speak to the manner in which all the portfolios, be it national and provincial, will report on. It's about 12 of those indicators that we have: infrastructure delivery, infrastructure investment, maintenance, job creation, actual jobs that are created. So it's going to be also not only looking at just work opportunities from the infrastructure that has been delivered, what were the actual jobs in terms of the impact? That's basically what is going to be looked at, or that is represented. Poverty alleviation, energy security from consumption, renewable and saving, skills development, revenue generation. So it encompasses all of these aspects in this sector. So we do not have a baseline in terms of all of these, because not all these sectors or all the participants or stakeholders were reporting on that. However, we are saying, noting all of this, it is possible to actually achieve. So we set the target higher to say, let us aim to actually achieve 80% of those targets, and then also the impact thereof. Because the higher we achieve the targets linked to the outcome and the impact, the greater will be the impact of those in our communities. So that is how we are setting the bar high in terms despite having no baseline, or rather one would put a baseline, or with a zero baseline, one would have put about 40% of target, but we're saying let's set the bar higher so that we can move towards a greater impact. Then the third one, question again, in terms of, I think there was a question around SAGE, how much has been recovered and whether these payments, I think from a finance point of view, they will explain in terms of the payments, how much has been paid. However, from an investigation point of view, I'm also going to be very economical in terms of my response here, since this is also a sensitive investigation, is that the investigation is still underway. We're not yet at the level of determining the amount in terms of the recoveries, because there's quite a lot of quite a lot of things that are actually happening, interviews, collection of data, collection of bank statements, etc., and the analysis and etc. So that is still underway in terms of the investigations. But the payments, aside from the investigation, actually happen from the kitty in terms of what is due to the service provider through finances. But from an investigation and the recovery, that is still ongoing. And I think at the right time, we'll be able to present to the portfolio committee with regards to the matters of SAGE. Then in cases where you find that the targets are low, there are a number of reasons why. I'm not going to be specific which ones, but just generally. We also look at what processes do we have in terms of driving this indicator. Is it an internal process in terms of manual processes, or is it a system generated or automation? And then in the absence of an automated system, so we still have to engage in an automation, procurement, the testing, user requirements testing and stuff. So because we do not have a history of how we have been managing this process or this indicator, so it becomes a low target to test it. While it's important to report on it, so we're saying in the absence of historical data, let's test it, but with a low target. And once we have all the data and the processes in place, then it will then move into a higher target. We also consider a budget, whether budgets are allocated for that. Then the other is also capacity. But I think most important, if you look at most of these indicators, like your one publication, low targets in some of the targets, I'm sure some of them may be questioned from an EPWP. These are basically budget constraint and capacity related matters that will also be considered. So some of these targets are based on a formula, based on the amount that has been budgeted or allocated, and therefore the targets will be lower on this thing. I think there was a cut in expenditure in EPWP that also affected the quantity or the targeting aspect of it. And then new indicators like your GPC, especially if you look at around FM, we've got new indicators under the Green Building Council, the new building and existing buildings and waste management and certification. These are all new indicators that we're still testing in the market based on our green policy of 2018. And so we still don't have a historical data on them. So we are still testing them. And also some of them require budget. And then once we put all these processes in place and we are now comfortable with all these processes, it will then also affect the future planning, which will be higher based on this historical data and the ability to manage these processes. Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure, DG, if I also missed, if there's anyone that I missed, I'll come back. Thanks.
Adam.
Thank you, DG. I should think from my side, I wanted to comment on the issues of no baseline for sector performance. Mr. Mahlangu touched on it. What I wanted to indicate around the baseline related to sector plan is that we achieved this through the sector plan document itself, which is approved by MINMEC, and we review the performance in the past and the new targets, which is aligned to medium-term plan, so that we be able to implement as a sector. And most of the elements for this sector plan, it will be around the cross-cutting issues or cross-cutting programs in the sector. For instance, the program like EPWP is cross-cutting facility management, infrastructure delivery, asset management, for instance, rates and taxes. So that's how we sort of, deal with this aspect of sector performance. And we also contribute around this through DDM approach, where as a sector, we make an input to IGR forum when they plan for one district plan. So our sector is there to sort of, present infrastructure projects which are catalytic so that we be able to implement with other sector bodies and other sectors as well. So those are the areas which I wanted to make an input around DG. I should think with the other areas that are well covered by Mr. Mahlangu. Thank you.
Through you, the chair, can you allow Mr. Masbugo and his team to respond on financial questions? Then Mrs. Bande.
Thank you, DG. Chairperson, there was a question. I think DG has responded to some of the finance questions, which includes the issue of the 30 days and Rapadan. And there was a question with regard to the PMTE current payment or the goods and services and compensation of employees. And the issue was, can we provide the breakdown? We do have the breakdown, Chairperson, and if needed, we can provide the information. But I can clarify in terms of where the bulk of the money is going. Why do we talk of 14 billion? Chairperson, on average, PMTE salaries, which is compensation of employees, is around 2.2 billion per financial year. So you are talking of 6 billion over the medium term. And also under the current, we are classifying cleaning and gardening services. For 2025-26, we are talking of 412 million. We are also talking about the day-to-day maintenance. Day-to-day maintenance, we are talking around 1.3 billion. We also have repairs, which are current. We are talking of 948 million. We also have admin, which include the traveling, stationery, and others. The Chairperson, we are talking about 558 million. The leasing, which we have also indicated as we are presenting, that it forms a huge part of current payments. The average is around 7 billion per financial year. So for 3 financial year, we're already talking about 21 billion. So if you look at the 33 billion that we have, 21 billion of it goes to the leasing, which is not only public works, but it's also for other client departments which are under national. So this is where the money of the current is going. And I think DG has responded to the others. Maybe to touch on the issue of the EPWP, because there was also a question in terms of the budget that we have indicated to say, where is the money going? I think it's under slide number 26, under the job opportunities created by DPWI, you will see, Chairperson, we have for 25-26 around 63,000. This excludes other entities that are participating or public bodies participating, because if you include them, it's around 1 million. But for only public works, it's around 63 million, which is equivalent to the budget that is allocated in the department. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, it's fine. DG, anything to say?
No, I'm fine. I think Mrs. Bande can just conclude.
Ms. Bande,
Thank you,
please conclude.
DG. Thank you, Chair, DG, honorable members. I think the DG has covered quite a lot of the questions asked by the honorable members. But mine perhaps is to overemphasize some of the issues that perhaps going forward, we seek the support of the members.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
I suggest that you don't emphasize, just cover the areas not responded to only, please.
Hello? Can I proceed? Chair?
The only thing that the co-chair is saying, Sibande, is that don't emphasize, just respond to what is not responded to in respect of time.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thank you for that guide. Chair, there are two things here. With regard to the leases, Chair, what we intend doing, we have identified departments which we will be moving towards state facilities through the refurbishment and operation transfer program. And secondly, we also wanted to identify departments will be accommodated through our own properties in the form of the build operation transfer model. That is part of our state optimization strategy going forward. Currently, we are procuring the service capacity to assist us to drive and implement PPP. That will be the PPP advisory unit and the transitional advisor. So we are almost done with that. We are collaborating with ISA to build that capacity within PMTE. And that in the next coming 5 years, we want to see a drastic drop of the private lease, although, of course, there's going to be a fiscal contingency commitment from the side, liability commitment from the side of client departments, which will then, over a period of time, translate into viable state facilities that will be in the ownership of the state. Chair, I wanted to speak about the sustainability of PMTE from three areas. The first one is the funding model. If I may ask to highlight to the members, the PMT funding for the last 10 years has never increased at all in real terms. And I said even in the last previous portfolio committee. If you look at the budget for revenue for PMTE in 2016-2017 budget, it was around 17 million. If you look at the current financial statement that the CFO submitted for the AG audit, it's only around 18 billion. So the difference between 17 billion and 18 billion is less than 1 billion growth, which significantly is non-significant if you look at the time value of money over that period of time. So in real time, there's a shortfall of around 9 to 14 billion rand, which we should have derived during the last 10 years. So our budget, as Honorable Path have said, it keeps on dropping. However, we need to come up with intervention. One of those interventions is to try to generate revenue. That's why for us to donate land, it should only be for the basis of social economic impact infrastructure. We cannot just donate land because the very same property that we are donating, as the DG have said, will play a significant role in terms of our revenue and enhancement strategy going forward. The second issue, Chair, is around the issues of governance with regard to material irregularities. If you look at the material irregularities that the AG has highlighted, these are not solely the responsibility of PMTE or DPWI. The last one we got from the AG for Shepstone police station. The budget does not lie with us, and therefore the maintenance of that police station will only be determined by the priority given to us by the SAPS. Unlike the Mamelodi magistrate, where the responsibility in terms of the construction of that particular magistrate was our responsibilities. If you look at Telkom Towers again, the responsibility for the occupation of Telkom Towers, as much as the MI relies with DPWI, but the client department, which is also the funder to the project, is exonerated from such. So these are some of the structural issues that we need to deal with, because the funding model in terms of the devolution framework has given more powers to determine what is funded and what is not funded by client departments. The third issue is around the issue of digitalization of PMTE. Currently, we've got the WCS, which is our construction project management. We've got PMS with our facilities and our asset. We've got Akibas again for our asset and facilities, as well as for our financial system. We also have Sage. So we've got all these systems that we have within our organization. And there seems to be an issue in terms of how integrated these systems are. And as Mr. Mahlangu have said, we need to streamline them and at least reduce them to one program that will assist us going forward in terms of the ERP, in terms of our resource enterprise plan. There's another coming voice share as I conclude. Honorable.
I think
Honorable members, those who are on the platform, can you mute your mics, please? Mankosi.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair, it was a mistake.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I think the digitalization of the PMTE forms a cornerstone of the three pillars of intervention that will turn PMTE around. As the minister has said, the last one is to restructure PMTE and reconfigure PMTE as a self-sustainable entity using the leveraging on the strength of our state assets. And then the devolution issues that the honorables have said. I think the issue of devolution, our members need to understand that is the basis for the major contestation of the mandate. And over a period of time, it has eroded PMT's mandate, and it has further eroded PMT's sustainability through budgetary cuts. Because, as I've said, if the budget stays with the client department, whenever there are budgetary cuts, the first line of cutting is always around the ATEMA's billing, it's always around the issue of maintenance of state facilities. And we can't, as the DG have said, willy-nilly devolve our function to client departments, because we are also building capacity and we want to respond as our mandate. We can't contest other client departments' mandate because we are limited by legislation to do so. So these are the issues, Chair, that I wanted to emphasize. And because of time, I won't deliberate further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. But while we are still there, as PMTE, you always have issues that you are raising as problematic on your side. Last week, you were sitting with a DOD, and all the blames, they comes back to you. But what we are not getting, even though today it's an issue of APP, what we are not clarifying and giving a portfolio confidence to say you are dealing with matters of PMTE, at least it can make a self-sustainable, as you say. You also want to accumulate your own income. Is that, do you really have, maybe how I can put it is, do you have a plan in place? Firstly, on the assets that are, when we look on our side or as members, even as DG have said, in one where you are somewhere, you find a dilapidated a building that is from public works, even just a painting, you don't have. Lastly, the last time when you raised issues, you told us client department, if I can give an example, to houses where you have handed over, let's say 10 houses, when someone is no longer staying there, it's no longer taken care of, they don't return back to your good self as DPWI or PMTE, so that you can take over and know this house has been relocated, it's empty, then you start to have a maintenance plan on it. You don't have, it sounds like you don't even have a plan to try and overcome those challenges. Maybe if you could give us confidence as a committee that there's something in place that we are putting, or there's a plan that we are starting to think, how will you overcome these challenges? Because most of the empty buildings, whether it's your offices, your houses, when you look around, when you ask, we are told, even where I am in my own municipality, you are told it's public works, it's not maintained. But when we come back to you, you said this house has been allocated to subs, this building has been allocated to subs for an argument's sake. I'm not saying all of them is subs, but then you don't have a way or a clause that binds them to come back to you, or on a quarterly basis where you go and relook at your properties, whether you have handed over to client department. But as PMTE, do you have a space or do you have a plan where your people will go and check on a quarterly basis, annually, on your buildings, or you just wait for them to be vandalized? You wait for them to be no longer in use, therefore people come back and blame you. So that's my worry. Secondly, it's what has been raised on the land that you donate. Yes, some of us who have been mayors in the municipalities, we requested their land that we have donated, and there's still land that municipalities are still applying for yourself to donate it back. You are not doing any income out of that, and municipalities will sell them. But do you have a clause or a document that you are preparing to say, if we are giving you this land, this is what we are expecting, and if we are not living up to that standard, what will happen? So those are the things that I think there's a loophole on the side of PMT and the department on its own. Do we have a proper plan that will bind, that will even make South Africans and us as members of parliament to always blame and look into PMT and the department? Looks like you are not serious, you are not even taking care of the properties and the land that you are responsible for. If you have listened to the last week meeting, while even though I was just watching it on YouTube, you know, it was bad because all the blames, they go back to DPWI, which it's on your side as the PMTE. Do you really have a proper plan that you'll have to get into, or a memorandum of understanding with your client department? Or if you have done this, this is what we are expecting, and we're going to monitor after so much. And really, can you take us into confidence before you step down? What are your plans? I think you are lacking a plan. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks for that,
Before
Chair.
I can see there are two hands. Raji and Bath, if you want to make follow-up before he responds.
Chair, I'm in agreement. You actually covered me. Thank you.
But
Thank you, Chair. I actually want to support what you've raised, but just also make an additional comment or perhaps a recommendation, Chairperson. I think we're speaking about the viability of PMTE and its ability to actually fulfill its mandate in terms of maintenance and construction, etc. I know that it was a few portfolio committees ago, and forgive me for not remembering which one, but it was actually one where I think National Treasury were also invited to attend, but they didn't. And I think it's been a recurring item that has come up where National Treasury are the ones who are deciding what it is that client departments pay to public works in return for the properties that they are using. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Department of Labor or maybe even DOD that was paying something like 19 cents or so per square meter. And that really is something that undermines the ability for PMTE to function effectively. So I just wanted to bring that up again, Chair, and see whether or not the committee or through you, Chair, whether or not it is something we can try and engage National Treasury on again, so we can get a better understanding of that. But also, in addition to that, Chair, supporting your question, I just want to, I want to understand what is the process through which client departments who have been allocated properties by Public Works, what is the process that they follow to help inform or ensure that their properties that they are using are in fact being maintained or need to be maintained or require some form of intervention from Public Works where those buildings are dilapidated or unmaintained, etc. So I just want to also reiterate your query, Chair. Thank you.
Sibande, you can respond. Even if the DG feels can also assist you, you are welcome to do so.
Thank you. The DG will do the closing. Thank you, Chair. I think the issues you have raised is around the management of our assets, our properties. As we have over the last few interactions presented to the portfolio committee, our strategy in terms of how do we intend to turn around the entity. We have presented to the team our state optimization strategy that looks in terms of coming up with the innovative solutions to sustain the entity and generate revenue. And we have presented to the committee our various strategies, which we have presented. In the main, we've looked at the number of properties that we have and what we intend to utilize in those. And we have also presented to the committee that we will move away. We are moving away from our traditional focus on functional and office accommodation. We will also be participating directly in the property development space, and that will also do in partnership with the private sector where necessary. And we have also presented that we will participate generating equity shareholding in some of these developments that we presented to the committee. And to do that for us, we had to develop capacity, as I've said, within the department to assist us, because we have presented the turnaround plan to Treasury, and they are in principle in support in cabinet as well. So in the main, we are in the process of developing capacity. The capacity that we're developing is in the threefold in terms of asset optimization. The first one is the triple P advisory unit that will be assisting us in terms of packaging the business cases for approval, where there is a fiscal contingency commitment liability that we will present to Treasury. The second one, it's in terms of our transitional advisors that will then be assisting us to value some of the assets that we have across the country. They are going to be working in partnership with the recently appointed team, which is the Bring Back Operation team. What is that team going to be doing? They'll be taking stock and audit all the properties that we have across the country, and including those which are currently illegally occupied. And they will then initiate a legal process to evacuate individuals and reclaim those properties. And they will then submit, where necessarily, to the minister for his approval, where there is a need for disposal. Part of the work of the transitional team and in the triple P unit with our branch, which is Rams and Race, we are also identifying properties that are non-core within that exercise has been already concluded. The file is with the DG en route to the minister, where we'll be disposing some of the non-core assets. And those non-core assets, they are currently holding with their holding cost of R500 million on an annual basis. So we wanted to reduce that, as the DG have said earlier on, the baseline for such must drastically reduced. And the second one is to identify properties which we will then utilize for our revenue generation. We've got a lot of properties which are underutilized across the country. Those properties we're not going to dispose. There's going to be a true approach. The one will be to private use for various use, could be mixed use development, such as retail, residential, high-end residential accommodation for such properties. and then repurpose some for various use, such as student accommodation. And currently, we're also looking at the repurposing some of the buildings in the city center, like Pretoria and Johannesburg, for other social use and for other commercial use as well. So before the end of the year, as we've started with the 31 properties, the interest is huge. There is a potential investment of 10 billion rand on the 31 properties that has been committed so far. We will be unveiling such soon. The second round will be to list some of these properties that are in the city center for refurbish and operate. And then within that round, there will also be some of the properties that we will be listing for people to submit their proposal. So this is a consortium of multiple approaches that we are currently undertaking. I think by the time we meet within the next year, a lot will have been undertaken. And with your indulgence, Chair, this strategy was developed last year. And this year, since the beginning of the year, as much as we were listing some of the properties for the implementation of the strategy, but we are currently also in the process of building capacity to undertake this task. Because as I've said, these are multi-billion rand business projects, and we don't have that capacity to undertake such kind of a magnitude of work. There are small properties, like for example, in the areas where, Chair, you are correct, where we have allocated police, the army officials, and they have not yet given us back those properties. Part of the program that we are undertaking of the Operation Bring Back, we will be doing an audit, and we will then approach some of these client departments to relinquish those properties. But in some areas, there is a resistance. And in some areas, we've also discovered that they have subleased these properties to private individuals. So these are some of the areas that we have identified concern. But the report will come. I think in the next portfolio committee or so, we can present those plans of action on how do we deal with these specific areas that one has mentioned, so that we can zoom into the property issues and how do we intend to manage them. I'm not sure, Chair, if I've answered and responded to you, but the honorable part is correct. If you look at our fiscal position over the period of time, our budget has been reduced drastically so, and moreover, we don't have the regulation or the teeth to enforce payments from client departments. On average, we're looking at 25 rand per square meter, and that is even far below the cost of rates in some of these properties that the state departments are paying us. And of course, we have highlighted the concern that the state departments are prepared to pay 120 rand on average for private leases, but they are not prepared to pay a premium for state properties. Hence, I've requested the research team to insert within the Public Works Bill a clause that will enforce departments perhaps to take the issue of payments of their Artemis bill seriously. And we are also engaging Treasury to come on board and assist us in terms of ensuring that their budget is aligned accordingly. And moreover, we are really seeking the review of the devolution framework so that Public Works can take full responsibility of the programs that we are implementing. Because we've got a lot of challenges as a result of the devolution framework, including from the construction, Artemis billing, and quite few that begin to erode us and places us in a position of weakness. And these are the challenges that we really want to take up with Treasury and establish whether we can win that battle. So that at the beginning of the year, the budget allocation for projects must be in line with our project budget cash flow plan, because there's a misalignment between what departments are doing. And I understand police, they are not privy to understand project implementation. They are privy to understand how to deal with crime and other matters. But when it comes to project, they will then allocate the full budget of the project in one financial year. And definitely no project can be concluded in one financial year, especially if that project is in the planning phase. And then The following year, that money disappeared and Public Works is blamed. And that has been the norm, and simply because we don't control the project budget cash flow, it stays with the client departments. And at times they are playing games with us, and they are made to be seen to be failures simply because who controls the money controls the direction of where things should go. So these are some of the issues, Chair, that we are really raising, but they are, as I've said, structural. Thanks a lot.
Svande, in simple English, not a complicated one. Maybe what you can respond to us is that what I'm requesting now, do you have human resource capacity where when you'll be claiming back or what the properties that you have given to client department, will you do audit? As currently, even where I am in the municipality that I'm located, houses, even when I go around, that are vandalized, that are dilapidated, I'm told it's for Public Works. And when you check, it's allocated to client's department. Therefore, even though you have that plan, do you have a human resource capacity that will do audit on a quarterly basis or be it an annual basis where you know that you have given 5 houses to subs, therefore they are still occupied? Yes, indeed, with your response, there are houses that you have given to your client department or even office spaces, but they also extended a lease to a private person. I'm staying at the borderline where you find Public Works houses are occupied by foreigners, and illegally so, because they are left being vandalized, not being maintained, or someone who is an employee of subs decided, because that house belongs to that person due to the asset register, has given it back to just lended someone else. So that's why I'm asking to say, do you have that human resource capacity for your people to move around and do that audit? Or you are still having a plan into submitting to the DG the organogram of allocating each municipality your people who will make the audit? Because I think it's very much important. If you don't do that, you'll remain with the same problem forever. What I wanted to get, very simple, your human resource capacity, or you still working on that? Svande?
Maybe Chairperson, the guidance is very clear from your side. I think we really want to take it and ensure that there's capacity built per province, per district, so that these matters are actually managed in a manner that will yield results. Because as you say, rightfully, Chair, there are houses that are just lying there, and whether we're supposed to have done our own inspections, which I don't think we have in some instances. So I think, Chair, the guidance from your side is very clear, and I think we'll take it as such, Chair, and maybe provide feedback and request PMTE to provide feedback. What plan and how we're planning per province, per district, per local municipality, in line with what you are raising, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Honorable members, I think we've exhausted the time of deliberations or discussions on this item. We'll have to request you to remain DG with your team, because we'll want to go back and track the resolution. If you have noticed in our agenda, I've jumped the tracking of resolutions deliberately because I wanted the minister to respond before he leaves. So I'll request Shreip to deal with the tracking of the resolutions so that we get proper responses, or where there are loopholes, where there's a need of the department to respond in writing. As much as what you have responded, DG, currently, you'll have to also send it back to us in writing. And we want to, before I could go to the tracking, members, can I get an indication in adoption, as Radi has already said, as the MKP, they are not in support of the APP, but can I get an indication from other members, the support of the APP? That is very much important. It needs to be debated in the NA as budget vote 13. Can I get indications on honorable members?
Chair, my hand is up. It's Honorable Nkosi.
Honorable Nkosi.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I move for the adoption of the APP. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm in support and can't wait to debate it in the House. Thank you.
Honorable Barre.
Support.
But
I support, Chair. Thank you.
Can I get the support of the disapproval what has been proposed by Radi as a party? I can't call anyone. Can I get an indication?
MK Party is not convinced and will therefore be voting, will therefore abstain until we discuss it further in the caucus, and then we can come up with a position.
You are not in against, you are abstaining. Can I get that indication, Radi?
We reserve our rights, Chair, to this. We reserve our rights. That is what you must record.
Yes,
you must speak in one language. Gamma and Radi, are you not supporting, or you are reserving your rights?
We are reserving our rights. We will discuss it and we will come up with a position when the matter comes before the full sitting of the House.
No, what can be recorded here, Secretariat, is that
it will be recorded that MK Party has preserved its right.
It's okay. Can you switch off your mics, honorable members? What must be recorded is that there is approval, or members have approved the APP. Only the MK Party is reserving its right. It does not have a contrary view, but you reserve your rights. Shreip, you can proceed with the tracking of the resolution.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members and colleagues. Chair, I hope the screen sharing is visible. There's a number of recent ones that I will go back to the previous ones, but there's a number of recent resolutions that remains pending. That's the immovable asset register and its status. That's supposed to be submitted. The days overdue there has been indicated as 9. It's probably a bit longer now. Also a report regarding ministers and deputy ministers' accommodation status. I suspect that one has been sent. I think I saw that communication, but I think that is pending because it is with the secretary and the chairperson communicating with one another as to whether that can be shared with the rest of the committee. So where I'm indicating here now, this relates to those two. The same with this particular one that was sent, I think, and the chairperson is just about to approve these 3. So those are the recent ones, Chair. I am not 100% certain about these non-compliance ones here that relates to the third quarter performance, where a report was, rather the responses to questions had to come to the committee within 7 days. As at May, it was 104 days non-compliant. There's also the harmonizing of work relations between what is this? Minister and department must find a way of harmonizing work relations and ensure they establish equally representative forum to process information prior to it coming to the committee. I think that has been sorted. There's non-compliance in the case here, these two, on 12 March's communication aspect to the committee. That's the one on land parcels to communities, which is a similar matter that several members raised today in terms of land parcels going to communities, but also to municipalities. Then responses to questions, again, that were not answered in writing within 7 days. It was late. So, Chair, that is what we have on the resolution tracker. I will leave space for responses, Chair.
Honorable members, are you covered with your resolutions? Do you have any? Honorable Kobe?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in our last meeting, in one of our previous meetings with where the union was here, I requested the department to send us a list of appointments that were made since the minister had come in, and those list of appointments must also be classified in terms of demographics. We still haven't received it.
Do you have any other member who wants to write something? Kobe, can I get clarity if it's about the presentation of the union? We said to them we'll still have to wait and request the union to come back. We'll have a session where they'll respond in front of the unions and the department together. But we have not done that. As if you remember, I had to request Secretariat to cancel the special meeting due to other commitments. We'll have to reconvene and give a date for that. Can you allow us not to call the department to respond on that? Because they'll still have to come and respond formally in a meeting. Honorable Bath?
Thank you, Chairperson. It was just taking us back to the Portfolio Committee where we discussed EPWP reforms. There was an item raised by myself and by Honorable Letlape regarding the time frame for the review and reform of the EPWP recruitment policy. I think the policy was set to be updated and adopted next year in May, if I'm not mistaken, and the question was to the department whether that can't in any way be fast-tracked because that's still a year away. So it was just to get a response on that from the department. Thank you, Chair.
Gigi? Kobe, are you covered with my response before Gigi and the team could come in?
Chairperson.
Wait, Mangosi.
Okay.
Kobe?
Yes, Chair, I'm covered, but it wasn't in relation to Nahawa's presentation. It was specifically in relation to the departments. Just for clarity, thank you, Chair.
No, if it's not in relation, we'll hear from the DG. They might respond, but I thought it was in relation to that presentation. Mangosi?
No, Chair, I just want to check with regards to the accommodation of the ministers and the deputy ministers. The report was supposed to be submitted on the 4th of June, but seemingly it has not submitted. It's still ongoing. I just want to check that it's ongoing until when if maybe I can get that. Thank you.
DG and the team, can you try and assist?
Chairperson, thank you very much, honorable members. Yeah, on the track that we track with yourselves, honorable chair and committee members, we have submitted a report on the IIR, the asset register. So we may have to really verify your update on your spreadsheet. I don't think it's correct. And also the one on minister's accommodation, we have submitted as well. So I think we just need to check that as well to double check if there's maybe it delayed some in some office or something, but from my side, it was released to Parliament. And I think we can maybe verify that, Chair. And then the other one, which Honorable Kobe has just raised, I think this one, I believe that our corporate services would have been compiling that. I think it's just a simple request by Honorable Kobe to say all appointments that have been made since the minister took office. I think it's just a spreadsheet that we need to just produce. And I think we need to provide that within as soon as possible, because I do believe it's not updated in that report. I'm not sure why. I just want to maybe apologize, Honorable Kobe. I thought this one was processed, but I think from the DDG Corporate Services, she has not finalized that. So I think if we can then request that it be done so that at least it updates our tracking register chairperson. Other members can add, if there are other colleagues who can add on my side. It's just, my app is not showing me who's on my side here. Thank you, chairperson.
Members, are you fine? Shraib, can you go back to the agenda?
Sorry, Chair. I'm not sure if my question was responded to. Regarding the time frame for the update of the EPWP policy, it is captured on the resolutions there. I just don't know if it was responded to.
Maybe through your chair, I think DDG Moremi is in the platform. If you can respond on that one directly, Moremi, I think that can also assist while you are busy with the report. Thank you, Chair.
Are you fine, but can you flight back straight agenda?
Chair, I'm just trying to find the agenda quickly.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. The question hasn't been answered. Yeah.
Let's allow them to respond or rephrase your question. Maybe they did not get it correctly.
Chairperson.
Moremi, can you come in?
Yes, that's Chairperson. Matters arising from the previous meetings around EPWP policy and all the other matters that are policy related are due in July. But one thing we can report at this stage is that the minister is busy considering the policy itself. And as soon as they are done in the month of July, we should be able to revert back to the portfolio committee with feedback. Those issues are due in July, I think, according to the resolutions of the previous meeting. Thanks.
Are you covered, Bart?
It's fine, Chair. I will submit a written question. Thank you.
No, it's okay. Honorable members, it's time for Shraib, can you deal with the minutes of the previous meeting? And I want to release the department and its delegation. DG, you can be released so that we finish up with the meeting.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me take the opportunity to thank you and your committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Shraib, you can proceed with the minutes of the previous meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson. The minutes that I'm flighting currently is dated 4th June. It's the follow-up meeting on the IDT, and I'm just pausing for attendance corrections and apologies to be corrected if there are any. And then, Chairperson, we can notice the adoption of the agenda, the apologies that were noted, the Minister and IDT boards and CEO's introduction, and then
Chairperson, sorry to interrupt,
Sure.
Shoaib.
Sure.
Chairperson, I'm not sure if it's just me, but I'm just seeing the agenda and not the minutes flattered. I don't know if it's just me though.
Members, let's bear with the support staff. Nola has requested to be excused. We've got minutes. I'm not sure whether you received them. Can we check our minutes? But even though they are flighty, and allow Shrape to assist.
Thanks, Chair. It's reflecting now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for alerting me to that, Honourable Bath. Chair, the matters arising from the previous, in that particular meeting is, and the resolutions tracking is indicated here. And I think that's what some of the members were referring to on the tracking that we just did. Then the presentations are captured by both the department and the IDT, and then deliberations indicating here issues discussed here was financial viability of the entity and weaknesses in governance that has been strengthened to some degree, the governance and financial accountability, board appointments and operational concerns, and then challenges and oversight. This is what we mean by some strength returning, board appointment procedures, grant conditions, the IDT's funding and governance being discussed, ongoing financial challenges and client engagement strategies, which was just discussed now again, not necessarily IDT, but the issue of how do you get clients to pay, and then discussion on IDT performance and the discussion on allegations, where members in the committee urged for investigations into those allegations to get completed. And then the adoption of minutes, the announcements that were made about the meeting, the joint meeting that took place last week. Any other business? There's an error there that we'll correct. And then resolutions. I'll just quickly run through them. Written report on the IAR and systems. The DG, by the way, is correct. It has been sent to us. It is in the office of the chairperson, who will soon release it to the rest of the committee. Prestige accommodation, which is the question I think Mankosi reminded us about just now, about the ministers and deputy ministers' accommodation. And then the report on young professionals must be submitted by 11 June. And then formal report regarding status of ministerial houses. That's what I just said. The IDT must send a list of projects that was affected by protests, extortion, and committee disruptions. I suspect we'll continue having to work on that. And then clarity on status of business case that's been submitted to Treasury for restructuring by 11 June. Follow up with the Minister's commitment to ensure that the IDE implements a proper electronic project management system, and the department having to provide a detailed response regarding the previous lack of funding to the IDT and the deadline. That's the minutes of this particular meeting of the 4th of June. Thank you, Chair.
Members, there are the minutes. Can we get an adoption? Or do you have any matters arising from these minutes, Kobe?
Chair, I rise to adopt the minutes of the meeting. They're a true reflection of what happened last time. Thank you.
Second.
I second, Honorable Chair. It's Kosi.
Thank you, Honorable Ngosi. Can we get a contrary view objection? In the absence of none, the minutes has been duly adopted. Do you have a second batch stripe of the minutes, or it was the only one?
No, Chairperson, we have minutes of the joint meeting that took place on the 11th of June with the Portfolio Committee on Defence Military Veterans. Chair, can I just get confirmation that this one is visible?
On the screen reflects the minutes of the 4th of June.
Okay, I will try and fix that quickly. Where is it now? It should be visible now. Is that so, Chair?
Yes, on the 11th, which was...
That's the 11th. That's correct. This is the one that we need to look at right now. I'll be a bit quicker than earlier on. The welcome and apologies, the co-chair is indicated. Deputy Minister's remarks. And then the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure provided a briefing on SANDF building maintenance projects. SANDF then provided a briefing on devolution of building maintenance to the Department of Defense and military veterans. Then engagements took place where the two committees jointly expressed dissatisfaction with the late submission of amendments to the presentation by our department, and that this hampered oversight responsibilities, the lack of clarity in legislation governing the two departments. The departments were recommended to seek legal opinions on the respective legislative frameworks on this matter, and the committees questioned legal authority underpinning the devolution of the functions. Concerns were also raised by buildings left vacant by DoD and unresolved invoices that was reported to be over 1 billion. Concern about the matter in which functions are being devolved, not only to this department, I think, but also to others, and the absence of a clear plan outlining the way forward. The committee has also raised numerous questions around the capacity of defense to manage these functions that are now devolved, and that it tends to devolve. And the committee's questioned why the process for maintenance was started when the Department of Defense clearly lacked capacity. The committee's questions how Defense can cancel projects where significant amounts were already spent on consultancy and other professional planning fees. Committees questioned when last the Defense Department submitted its infrastructure management requirement, and it expressed concern around land invasions of DoD land, and why and how this was possible, where the military should be able to safeguard such areas. The resolutions and actions follows. Committees resolved that the interdepartmental task team should reconvene as a matter of urgency with ministerial direction to assess the status and viability of the devolution process and develop a roadmap going forward. Committees further resolved that the two departments will be invited to brief the committees again on the work of the task team, and that a single consolidated presentation should be submitted. The Portfolio Committee on Military and Defence and Military Veterans resolved that the meeting originally scheduled for 16 July this year would be postponed to the third quarter to accommodate an urgent agenda item concerning a legal opinion on the Constitutional Court judgment. The chair thanked the deputy ministers and officials and declared the meeting closed. Chair, that is the meeting minutes, the joint meeting minutes of 11 June.
Members, there are the minutes. I don't know whether Bart, it's your legacy hand or is it a new one?
No, it's a hand on these minutes, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, I think there's just one item just before the resolutions, Shoaib, that that maybe wasn't quite correctly captured regarding the relationship between DoD and DPWI in as far as the the user asset management plan and custodian asset management plan process is followed. I think it comes to it's the second to last point there where you said the committee's question that the last DoD submitted its infrastructure management requirement. I think I can provide the wording, Chairperson, if it'll just save time. It was a question that I asked with regards to that. And then I don't know, Chair, if there was a deadline or a time frame given as part of the resolution for when we will meet again with meet again with the DoD, the Portfolio Committee on DoD with regards to the recommendation that the committee or the joint task team meet and come back to us with a report. I don't know if there's a time frame around that, but that's it, Chair. Thank you. I support the minutes otherwise.
Members, with rectification, Bart has moved for the adoption. Can I get a seconder?
I second, Chair Sipho.
Sangu has seconded. Do you have an objection or a contrary view? In the absence of none, minutes have been duly adopted as a true reflection of what transpired on that day. I think, Shraib, the last item, it's closing now. Shraib, can I see the agenda?
I'm busy moving it now, Chair. Chairperson, the agenda is flighted. We completed this one, and it's just your closing remarks, Chair.
Maybe my proposal to yourself as a support staff, next time we need to extend our time. If we finish early, it's fine, but it must not, even on the Z list I saw, is starting from 9 to 12, which sometimes will disadvantage us. Always let's make it from 9 to 14 hours. If we finish early, it's fine. Can we adjust the issue of time, even on the Z list? Honorable members, let me take this opportunity and appreciate and also say, I feel or request your prayers as members of this committee. Our support staff, it seems like we have a serious challenge. Even today, you could see Shraib is just assisting, but is on sick leave, is not well. Can we put him in our prayers as well and send him our well wishes and speedy recovery, as already Stab is still on a sick leave as well. And now I just got a message that Nola has left early because she has an appointment of a doctor. I don't know whether it's a normal checkup, or if even herself it's something else. So it means we are facing a serious challenges. It needs prayers. It needs us. If it's an ancestral issues, let's speak to our ancestors. It's a bit of a concern. We can't have members and staff at the same time not being well. But let me also take this opportunity and say I want to appreciate, especially last week, the conduct, how you behaved in the joint meeting. It was very much impressive and important, even though it sounded like you are not doing your oversight, because if that meeting has went to a different direction, it was going to point back to your good self as members, as if you are not doing the oversight to the ministry and the department on its own. But I think we are up to the task. We can do our oversight. And I'm saying we're looking forward to the budget vote debate. Be ready, members, start to prepare your debate speeches, as will request the Secretariat to write to the Chair of Chairs to put us on the list of the plenary to debate, or mini plenaries if they are going to put it in that way. With those few words, I want to say all the best, and will consider the fact that Honorable Rachel has raised in terms of getting a report, in particular with the dome and the rebuilding of Parliament, even though it was made as a written response that the joint committee, you must bear in mind, the joint committee that said yesterday is the one responsible to call this department and the Parliament to come and account. So we need not to put it in our head that they will come. I've taken note, members, even with the arrogance of Treasury, always when we call them, they are not available. And it's a bit difficult. Maybe what we could do with your mandate, while we'll be talking off the record, maybe we can have a joint with Treasury portfolio, the finance portfolio. It might assist being us as PC to PC, unlike calling the department and the executive. We are not getting joy when we write to them. So with those few words, I want to say the meeting stand adjourned, and have a good day. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.